Hello everyone, welcome back to the Erasmus Expeditions. We are here with session number 16 of Whispers and Fragments, a D&D 5th edition campaign that is set in a homebrew world called Momentum. This episode is titled The Betrayer. I'm very excited to get back into this. Momentum is always a really fun world to kind of peel back the layers on and discover more and more about as we go. And this story has been phenomenal so far, and it's in no small part thanks to the individuals that you see around me. However, we are missing one of our regular players, Jacob. We miss you, we love you, but you're doing a very good thing, brother, and you keep kicking ass over there on your channel. They are holding a charity stream all week long called Jasper's Game Week, where they are raising money to raise awareness for suicide prevention. So if you have the time, I highly recommend that you go over there and check it out. There's tons of gaming going on all week. I think there's like over 20 games. They've already raised like $15,000, I think. They finally hit the goal last night. And they've got games that are being run by Chris Perkins, and Matthew Lillard was one of the players, and it's just bonkers over there. So go check it out. But if you're going to stay here, thank you. I love you. Yeah, if mature language and mature subject matter is something that offends you, you should not be watching anything on this channel, truthfully. This is not the place for you. But I appreciate you stopping by anyways. Bye. I think that's about it from me. I'm going to pass it over to my players so that they can do introductions, plug whatever they would like, and then we will get this ball rolling. So first off, let's do Alan.
Hello, everybody. My name is Alan, and you can find me on social media and YouTube and all that at CFT RPG, where I run Dungeons and Dragons, talk about D&D and other RPGs. Have a great time playing with these guys occasionally on games such as this one and other games. And speaking of Jake, I run a Curse of Strahd campaign over on his Twitch channel on Fridays, so you can catch me there. And we're coming up this Friday on session 27. So we've been going strong for half a year now, I think, or pretty close to half a year. So good times. Outside of that, I'm excited to get back into the world of Momentum as always. Oh, and I'll be playing Haroon, who is a elven paladin of redemption.
Absolutely, man, and I'm very excited to have you back. It's always a pleasure, Alan. I think this is the second campaign that we've played in together, long term, and both were very gratifying. So I'm excited to see kind of where this is going to take us next. So next up, we've got Austin.
I'm Austin. I'll be playing Bastrad, the Bonekin monk, although, he's not a particularly meditative fellow. I don't run any games. Well, actually, I'll be running a game tomorrow, maybe on Zoom. So if you can figure out where that is, you can Zoom bomb me. But other than that, I don't have anything to plug. So I will just say donate to your local food banks. People need it right now.
Very, very true. It would be another great cause, actually. Yeah, Austin, glad to have you back, man. Anybody who mentions a channel, by the way, you should be able to find the link to that in the description of this video down below. I highly recommend that you go check them out as well. Go check out all the people. Why not? What else you got to do? Except wash your hands. All right, next up, we've got Tim.
I am Tim, and I am part of Tabletop Terrors, and I'm also part of an indie publisher, Absolute Tabletop. The thing that I want to promote and push people toward is that, in light of Jasper's Game Day and all that they're doing, if you're looking for a place to just hang out with people, and if you're looking for somewhere where you're welcome and you can be who you are and you're accepted, I want you to come to the Absolute Tabletop official Facebook group, and you will find love, caring, kind thoughts, and positivity there. And it's genuine, which is the coolest part. So wherever you're at, whether you're having a really good time or not a great time, or anything above or below that, come on over, hang out. I would love to personally talk to you. Just shout me out in the comments. And if I miss it, someone else tag me and smack my face. But that's all. You're welcome. You're appreciated. You're wanted. And I would love to meet you. So come and hang out in the Facebook group. Oh, and I'm playing Sabanos Galthe, the newest addition to Whispers and Fragments. And this is just the worst trouble that I've gotten us all in, I think, as quickly as I could have, and pretty consistently. So I'm very excited to survive. That's my goal, is to survive and not get everyone else killed, in that order.
It's a lofty goal, but a good goal. I cannot echo that sentiment enough about heading over to the Absolute Tabletop group on Facebook. It's where this game started. It's just full of the best people on the internet, absolutely, positively. Very, very warm welcome, and it is a hotbed of creativity, genuinely. So check it out. Okay, last but certainly not least, we have my brother from another mother who's stuffing his face, Jeff.
Yes, got that down just in time. Yes, hello everybody. I'm Jeff. I am also part of Tabletop Terrors alongside Tim here and James as well. So if you want to check out our videos there, it'd be super cool. I've been doing a little bit of homework lately on the Premiere and After Effects front to try to bump up our editing and production value on that. So appreciate people checking it out. Yeah, I am playing Darian. And friend in the airiest quotes possible to Sebanos in this situation, and is likewise hoping to survive the situation given the rapid descent into madness we've somehow managed to achieve.
Absolutely. Airiest. I love it. Yeah, man. It's always a pleasure to have you back, Jeff. You're no stranger to the channel for sure. I don't think there's anything else. You guys have any questions before we get started? No?
I was just going to ask, and if you don't know, I was going to work with you on just improving it. That's my style, so you can always dial me back on that if that's ever a problem. But no. I don't remember who I saw, and I should have made a note of it. It's the thing I didn't make a note of, but I remember I recognized some of these ghosts, and I believe it was my childhood nanny.
Yep, it was your dear Nana.
Okay, I thought I had better fact check that one because that'll be a really weird thing if it was my mom or someone else. And I was like, my childhood nanny. And so I just wanted to double check that story beat there. Okay, because I just wrote a name.
It would have been a weird footing to lead off on if the rest of us weren't
certainly.
with you.
Totally. That was my only question. And so, yep, thank you.
Absolutely. Anytime that anybody has a question, feel free to ask. That's just the kind of place this is. So hold on, Buttercup. All right. Let's see. I have a picture I want to show you. Look. It is our nature to categorize the things we come across in our journeys, assigning labels to like things so that we can compartmentalize. Information becomes more organized and accessible within our minds through this process. However, an unfortunate side effect of this mental practice is the deconstruction of those things into the most basic of terms, an oversimplification to quicker find a place to store said information. The danger comes in then identifying any given thing simply by these labels used to categorize it. We forget the individuality of the thing in favor of finding it a proper home within our memories. Oftentimes, it is in these initially overlooked, important differences that make this thing what it truly is. The heart of a thing, not what it may first appear from the outside. We rejoin the five of you and your guide upon his raft as you make your way through a place known as the Breathless Bog. Now, very easily, you can see why it's called this, as everywhere you look within this swamp, you see the ghosts of the elven people going back as far as you might be able to guess. You can see them wandering lost amongst the trees, seemingly not even able to see one another. Additionally, through this swamp, occasionally you come across ribs that are the size of enormous trees, towering up into the sky of the long night, white against the black of this swamp forest. You can see up upon them, along their lengths, there are deposits of coagulated pitch that are clinging to them, a lot like long rotted bits of flesh. These spirits seem to roam without any real care for your passing. That was until Sabinos turned his attention to one of them and had a small exchange before opening a vial of ether, taking a swig for himself, and then offering it to this ghost. So, as Sabinos is handing over this vial, what is the reaction of everyone else on the raft? Anyone? Is there a reaction?
If Bastrad notices this while it's still in progress, he would absolutely. In this moment, he's terrified of whatever is around him, and he doesn't want these things coming any closer. And he will try to just smack the vial of ether out of Sabinos's hand before, like, try in any way to stop him from handing this thing over.
Anyone else?
I imagine Darian's reaction would be very similar, seeing that like one of the very few instructions that we've gotten from our guide is like not to mess with these things, and Semenos is doing so immediately. But also probably clamor instinctively with Basterad to try to like, even if he has to like smack the Aether away just to keep him from doing that, like he would do that versus doing nothing, I think, at this point.
Is there anything that Harun is doing?
I think with the two, with Bastard and Darian fast reacting, I think Harun would just be observing at this point, and if anything, just trying to assure that this boat doesn't keel over with all the movement that's going on in it. So, yeah, I think he would just sit back for a moment.
Okay. So, Bastrad reaches out and kind of slaps this from Sabinos' extended hand, and the vial kind of falls and clatters to the decking of this raft. And as that happens, Sabinos, you can see the face of this once familiar elven woman, though it is gaunt and transparent and kind of this bluish version of what it once was, it still is reminiscent of her. But when this vial falls to the deck, you can visibly, instantaneously see the face of this person change visibly. It becomes elongated and monstrous. The mouth opens unnaturally wide, and the teeth form this kind of jagged, broken maw as its eyes flare with this bright blue light, and it dives down towards this vial and clamors for it. Though you can see, frustrating as it might be to this creature, the hands continue to pass through the vial as well as the deck of this raft, and this creature is incredibly agitated. And she's not the only one. The area all around you, all of these disparate lights are now gravitating towards you, and you can hear them calling. And they are rushing your raft. Darian. Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, Haroon. As you had stepped back to kind of keep eyes on this situation, you can absolutely understand what is starting to unfold here. And it's your turn as we enter initiative.
All right. I think the first thing that Haroon does is he quickly just these white cloth wraps that he has around his forearms. He takes three of them, just kind of snaps them off as they kind of just flap in the wind, and he begins to say a prayer over them. So I'm going to ask Belorion to bless these and grant aid. So I'm going to cast aid. I can bolster allies with toughness and resolve. I can choose up to 3 creatures within range. Each target's hit point maximum and current hit points increase by 5 for the duration. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. And I'm going to give it to my 3 fellow players here. So
That's awesome.
So yeah, so just imagine these white strips kind of glow with radiance, and I imagine that as you take damage or however you want to flavor it, that they'll just go black when the temporary hit points get taken up.
And what is it like whenever you offer this prayer to Belorion, to the god of light, and you receive something in the equivalent of like interference on the frequency, some kind of not quite static? The spell still goes off, the effect still takes place, but you feel this like a fuzzy disconnect between you and Belorion. What does that do to Haroon?
Is it fuzzy like in the sense he's not there, or like can't get a signal?
Yeah, almost like the signal was weak. It did go
Okay.
through, but it
Gotcha.
didn't feel as strong as it has before.
Gotcha. Yeah, I would say he feels concerned as he's never been to hell, and maybe as getting that sense that maybe they'll have to him and his companions will have to rely on themselves more than from powers from the gods down here.
All right. Haroon has cast his spell upon the 3 of you. Darian, what would you like to do?
Darian will see this creature scrambling towards this vial, though not able to grab hold of it, will still like sense the imminent danger, especially seeing the other things beginning to approach. So his, I think, instincts would kick in at this point for survival. And though he guesses that if this thing can pass through the ship, that his weapon will likely do the same to it, his first instinct would be to try, given most of his interaction is with people, and that's an effective way of dealing with them when they get in his way. So he would, they think, would just lunge forward, sword ringing out from the sheath, and try to stab at this thing, hoping that it'll work.
Okay. Now, effectively, this thing is, for all intents and purposes, prone. It is more or less laid out on the deck, and it is not paying you any attention whatsoever. So you can have advantage on the strike.
Alrighty. Does not change the rule. So that is going to be a pretty good, a 26.
That will absolutely make contact.
Alrighty, so all up with sneak attack damage, that will be 25 piercing. Now my weapon is not magical, which may change things.
It does. As you notice, like, you stop the strike short of where you normally would. You know, you drive it to the hilt, essentially, but there's no resistance to this thing. And so the hilt itself, the crossguard of your dagger, as well as your hand, like, passes into her back as your knife point goes all the way down to the wood of the decking on this raft. And it doesn't seem to do as much damage as you might have hoped.
Yeah, I think that would probably spook Darian a bit, as it's kind of like passed through this thing. I imagine there's like quite like a strange chill, maybe even a bit of like stinging, like cold pain that'll come across his hand as it passes into the creature. And he'll kind of like jump back at that being. He knew it would happen, but it still surprised him, given like the sensation of it all. And he will like then like scramble back away from this thing, I think, in a bit of a panic. So I do have, at least mechanically, if I make a melee attack against a creature, it cannot opportunity attack me. But Darian will basically scramble back, seeing his sword pass through this thing, to whatever other end of the ship of this small vessel that they're on he can muster to.
And from where your hand had dipped kind of into this creature's body, if you want to call it that, you can see that part of your skin, though it felt stinging cold, is actually covered with small beads of sweat. And as you went to draw your hand out of this creature, those beads of sweat kind of spaghettified. They stretched and were actually drawn into her. Okay, that was Darian. It is now Bastarad.
Okay, so this may be a very stupid idea, but it is the idea that popped into Bastarad's very stupid head. So he is going to just, without asking, without saying anything, reach into Sabanos's bag where he saw him pull the vial of ether from. You know, just reach over, like roughly rip out a vial and pop the cork and like thumb the cork until he lets it go and toss it as far as he can out into the bog.
Yeah, if I recall correctly, I think Sebanos actually got the vial from someone else last time. I don't even know if he had it on him, but regardless, wherever the source was.
You know what? I think he may have gotten it from me, actually. He may have just mindlessly handed it to him. Yeah. So I will pull it out of my own bag, because I do have a few more.
Okay.
Yes, you're right. I did. Now, didn't know what he was doing with it. If I had known, I would not have handed it over. But so I'm just gonna grab another one and just chuck it as far as I can.
Okay, cool. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I sort of imagine that maybe you do absentmindedly reach into my bag because of all the weird stuff that's happening. You just sort of like, and I don't even say or do anything as you sort of rifle through, and then you realize, and without even looking or moving, you just take your hand out of my bag, put it back into yours.
Just slide it right back. Yeah, in the mind, like, all right. Ah!
Okay, and I'm assuming the intention is simply distance. You're just trying to throw this as far as you can. There's not any aim necessarily.
No aim. Just
Okay.
trying to get it away from us, hoping that they will go after it. Probably like trying to go kind of behind where the boat is headed.
Okay.
The only aim I would put on it is like back that way where we came
away from where you're heading. Yeah, for sure. So you kind of toss it back there, and you can actually watch the lights and the sounds of this herd of lights and sounds that are coming towards you. You can see them divert and follow this vial, and you hear the sounds that they're making kind of rise up into like a fevered pitch. And they leap on this like sharks to chummed waters. But there are still plenty more, and they still seem to be intent on heading towards your raft. All right. Several of them are going to close with you. Let's see. It's going to be one on each one of you. So we'll just start at the top here. Darian, what is your AC?
I'm at 15.
Okay. So that is going to hit you. As you step across the raft to get away from this one being, you're kind of surprised as another one of these things just almost appears out of nowhere. Just kind of apparates behind you and reaches out one of these kind of long, bony hands, and kind of goes right through you. This is going to be necrotic damage to the tune of 4 points. And I need you to make a con save, please.
Perfect. That's a 1 on the die.
Okay. So your hit points, your max hit points, are actually decreased by that amount for the time being. You can feel where this hand has reached through you. That same sensation when your hand passed through it is now passing through the inside of your body. And you can feel as this hand retreats or kind of like swipes through and exits your corporal form, it pulls something with it, kind of from in your being.
Can I use my reaction for him taking that damage?
To try to give disadvantage on the attack?
No, I have a feature. I can. It's called Rebuke the Violent. So I can use my channel divinity. Immediately after an attacker within 30 feet deals damage with an attack against a creature other than you, I can use my reaction to force that attacker to make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, that attacker takes radiant damage equal to the damage they dealt, or half as much if they actually save.
Okay, cool. Yeah, absolutely. Wisdom, you said?
Yep.
Okay. I doubt that a 7's going to work.
Nope.
Okay.
So they take whatever damage they dealt, the same amount, but in radiant.
Okay. Radiant. Let's see if that does anything special to them. Okay, it does not, but it will do normal damage. I'm sorry for bumping the mic. Okay. Cool. Okay, yeah. So what does it look like as you change the course of this? Keep this from happening to Darian.
I imagine as this creature is beginning to reach in to Darian, Haroon comes up behind Darian and with just his palm just kind of pushes him like against his back, and as if like this warm essence passes through him as I am pushing what energy I can pull from Belorion and pushing that back through into this creature.
Absolutely. And it seems as though it doesn't even understand exactly what's happened. It doesn't seem to be concerned with your presence and the radiant damage. Though it does hurt it. You can see parts of it kind of almost like vaporizing. But it doesn't seem to react in pain or surprise at all. Okay, that was against Darian. Next up is Bostrad. You said 16 is his AC? Okay, it's 13 and... Okay, so that is also going to hit you. Bostrad, you feel the same sensation as these long, spindly digits kind of dig through your soul. You're going to take 12 points of necrotic damage, and I need you to make a saving throw, please. Con save. Haroon, do you have the paladin saving throw buff to those around you? Is that something that you get as the type of paladin you are?
I do actually.
Okay.
Let me
So
find
you
it
guys will
on
probably want to
here.
remember that. I think it's 10 feet or something. But this raft is pretty small, so...
Yeah, it's 10
Um,
feet, and it should be my charisma modifier, which would be a +4, or +4 right now.
Okay, cool. So don't forget that.
Okay, well,
Thank
I
you.
spent a point of inspiration
Okay.
on the roll because I wanted to pass it, and so that would make my overall total an 18.
Okay. So though this hand and then part of its arm kind of swipes through you, and you can feel something kind of shift inside your body as if this thing almost actually had purchase physically on something within you, and it goes to retract it out of you. You manage to resist that from happening, and you're able to kind of, step part away something and avoid having the effect that this could have had on you. Okay, that was Bostrad. Next up is Sabanos. Sabanos, what is your AC?
My AC is a tight little 15.
That's great. It would be great, except that I just rolled a 20. So,
Ooh.
yeah. So,
Dirty 20? Or
no, that was the cleanest 20 that I could have rolled.
Oh.
Yeah. So, this thing... Oh, God. Okay. So you're standing there almost like dumbfounded, like at this turn of events. Like, what's going on? What just happened to the visage of your nanny kind of in front of you?
Sure.
She kind of turned into this ravenous creature. And all of a sudden, combat all around you starts breaking out. You realize how surrounded you are, and you've kind of split your attention for just the wrong moment. And as you kind of turn back, Nana's kind of back up off of the deck and right in your face. And she comes forward almost with this embrace, and she just pulls you in. So, that is... Oh, God, Tim.
It's okay. It's okay. I'm built for this.
All right, so that's
I'm not.
going to be 34 points of necrotic damage.
Okay, that's not a problem. I mean, that's enormous. That's huge. So I have plenty of temporary hit points from being super high. So that's the first thing. But then I was going to say, may I, and I don't know if you'll allow this, but may I use my reaction to use my uncanny dodge?
Read it to me. I think you can, but let me...
Yep. So basically, as a reaction, when an attacker that I can see hits me with an attack, I can use my reaction to have that attack's damage against me.
Yes, absolutely. it wasn't a spell-like effect. It's actually an attack. So it would
Okay,
absolutely
just double
qualify
checking.
here.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I think, and I'm trying to narratively decide. The gamer in me is saying that uncanny dodge is what I should do because that's what I do to stay alive. But then there's a part of me that because this is the particular one and you narrated that it looks like my Nana, I'm actually going to opt to not, and I'm going to take the full damage because I think that will be the thing that jolts me into the combat. I think I'm still awestruck, right? I think that just being realistic, I'm like, and it's in that with that voice, I'm hearing probably something else in the same way that I'm seeing something else. I'm probably hearing an ethereal version of her voice and things like that. So you said it was 30, how many? 30 what?
34.
34 it is. Okay. That's not bad because I had 30.
Because you're a champ, please take a point of inspiration for opting
Oh,
to do
thanks,
it that
man.
way.
Well, and before I cheat on those temporary hit points, Alan, the ability you mentioned a moment ago was earlier in the chat. We get 5 temporary hit points. Is that correct?
Yes, and your hit point max is up by 5 too.
Okay, killer. That's even better. So, and thank you for the inspiration. So that even makes it, that covers between those things and what I had from the ether. I'm actually at my normal hit point value after all that, which is pretty great.
Excellent. So okay, so go ahead and make the con save anyways.
Sure, absolutely. Yep.
As it turns out, it probably won't matter.
Yep. So for me, that's going to be an 8 all up.
Okay.
That's with the +4, Tim?
Oh, no, that is not. I'm sorry.
Okay.
And you just put that in the chat. Sorry.
Yep.
So that'll be a 12.
Right.
Okay. That makes a difference. Okay, so you pass, which is good, because I don't know mathematically how to work it out.
Thank you,
if
Al.
you hadn't. So, perfect.
Beautiful.
Serendipity. Okay, so that is Sabanos. Sabanos, you've been kind of assailed by Nanny, and now have been kind of rocked back to what's really going on here.
So, you're saying it's my turn now, or
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, gotcha. Sorry. When you said that's Sabanos, I wasn't sure if that was like a passing of like, and that's you. Like, go for it. So sorry.
Nope. That's my bad. Okay, Haroon, I don't think that a 7's going to hit you. So, once again, your vigilance has afforded you the capability of kind of dodging these as they're charging in at you, and you're readier than everyone else was. Okay, now Sabanos, that brings us to you.
So that jars me in that pain, that massive amount of pain, even through the intoxication of the ether. It's sobering in terms of how badly it hurts, and it jolts me, and my adrenaline and my pumping blood is now giving me this feeling where I'm coming down from the high far too fast because of the urgency and adrenaline, and it's making my brain work even more rapidly. So I'm hyper aware of the situation. I did have an ability that I was going to just run by you. I don't know if this would fly in this situation, but essentially I have something that's called an eye for detail. And what it allows me to do is, as a bonus action, I can do one of two things. It's either like spot a hidden creature sort of thing, or to make an investigation check to uncover or decipher clues. And what I was going to try to thematically use that as is, can I sort of Terminator scan the area to try to assess a way to harm these things more? Is there anything that I can think of or muster in my mind that I can look and piece together as I sort of grab my dagger, which is not magical, but can I assess anything? I pre-rolled for that, and if you would allow it, my roll is a 23. If not, I'll also understand. I have no hard feelings against that.
Yeah, no, it sounds like it would be applicable to me. So you kind of do your thing. You do this, rapid fire analysis of the battlefield, the lay of the land, and you realize that physical assault is likely to not do much to these creatures. They're just not corporal. You think magic is probably going to be the best way to harm them, but you're not sure exactly what type it might be. So, yeah, I think that's probably really all that you'd be able to discern. There's really not a whole lot of complexity to these creatures.
Yep. No, and that's very fair. In that bit of information, would I be able to assess in the attacks that have happened? And again, I'll understand if I was still kind of in my drug-induced days, if they wounded the creatures at all or not at all. Would I be able to assess that detail?
Absolutely. Mainly because you watched Darian stab your nanny, and you could see that.
Yep.
Yeah, that absolutely.
That'll do it.
It absolutely wounded her. And even whenever she kind of stood back up and came in to embrace you, you could even see the wound upon her back straight through her body. It looked to be like kind of leaking some of this ether out of her. And when she embraced you, you also felt this same cold chill kind of run throughout your entire body. And it felt like she attempted to take something away from you in that process.
Yeah. Perfect. Okay. So if I am adjacent to anyone else, which I believe I would be, Harun, like we're all basically in close quarters. Would that be the case? Yeah. So what I'm going to do is I am, as she embraces me and as this pain overtakes me, I believe that the embrace for her is still closed armed and she just backs away. She has no need to open her arms, right? Like a flesh creature. So as she's grasping, sort of just backing away, having trying to take that from me, I use that as an opportunity to take my dagger and stick it underneath into her chin, like just straight through. It's I say dagger. It's like a rapier kind of situation, but and so I also pre-rolled for that, and so my hit on that is 23 to hit, and my damage is 24 damage all up. Unless, Alan, does yours grant anything to damage? Okay, then it's 24 all up.
Please describe to me what it looks like and what it may feel like as Savanos, you murder the ghost of your nanny.
I recall what she taught me about truth. And she basically taught me that truth is a matter of perception. And she always taught me not to be fooled by what you're feeling and only look at the facts. And now I'm kind of like narratively deciding that maybe my nanny is the one who taught me to be perceptive in the first place. Like maybe she was this like Mensa-minded crossword puzzle doing, like, you know, very detail-oriented person. And so I'm able to separate my emotion from the fact the way that she taught me. And I'm able to do her memory proud in that moment. And that's what I see. I don't see my nanny as a ghost. I see the fact that she is dead, and I start working through it. She is dead. This is a creature that will harm others. And I start calculating it, and it becomes just an equation. And the equation is that this needs to happen. And as my blade goes through her face, I think it sort of dissipates in half, and not quite looking like her anymore, but looking more like that elongated, fanged, gnarled creature.
And I think, like, as that begins to happen, one of the last things that goes is her face. And it looks serene, tranquil, and more, like you said, like her. And she actually reaches up and touches the side of your face with her hand and looks kind of directly into your eyes for just, like, these last few moments. You did set me free, set me free, set me free. Thank you, Savano, 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 Savano. And then she disappears. Okay, that brings us back to the top of the rune. the top of the round with you, Haroon.
All right. Is our raft, is it still moving, or are we just stationary?
It is still moving, but there's not much of a current here. So the only power that it's moving under currently is your guide's oar, essentially, kind of pushing you downstream.
Okay. All right. Okay. So I think what Haroon does now is he's got his shield up, so he's trying to protect himself as well as just kind of protect any of his allies that he can. He reaches down at his belt and pulls out a flask of holy water. As he pops the cork on that, he basically just kind of like flags it off into the air as it kind of just sprinkles out and kind of rains on the party. As he does, again, he's calling for Belorion to bless them and see that the light return and banish these creatures. I'm going to cast bless, and again, I'm going to choose my 3 companions here. Whenever they make an attack roll or a saving throw before the spell ends, which is up to a minute as long as I concentrate on it, they get a d4 and they can add that to a saving throw or an attack. So what I imagine is just like as this holy water is sprinkling down on the 3 of you, even in this hellish place, you feel guided by some benevolent force. You feel something is with you, and even in this dark place.
And as you've kind of sprayed this in the air to kind of mist down and rain on all of you, it has also rained down and misted on several of these breathless that have closed in the closest around this raft. And where this water has touched them, they actually recoil from it and make kind of this painful wail of a noise. Several of them have taken a single point of damage due to the holiness of that water. Okay. Your guide, who is himself not altogether corporal, Farvatio al-Sakara, has looked around and seen the direness of this situation, and he turns, holding on to his oar more like a rudder. He then takes his other gloved, transparent, not quite there hand, kind of points it back behind him, and as he does so, the water beneath your raft begins to swell upwards into this kind of mound, and as it does so, your raft starts to slide down the front side of this mound, and he continues producing this mound of water, continuing to push you further, faster and faster on this raft as he starts to control water beneath your vessel. Darian, it is your turn.
I imagine as this creature had sort of grasped at him, taken some of his own life from him, that he like feel like his like sensations like start to dull, like his vision starting to go like gray and like lose color. And for a second, there's like this like rush of fear that'll like overtake him, and then he'll like feel this like holy water come from Haroon, and like hear the blessing that he gives, and will like feel that water like wash away the pain and the chill that he's like suffered from some of these different wounds, and will be bolstered by it, and will attempt to strike back at the creature that's directly in front of him, the one that just hit him. And that is, thanks to Bless, that will be 23.
Absolutely. Makes contact.
And that'll be 20 piercing damage.
Okay. Very much the same as the first strike you made against one of these creatures, your dagger plunges deeper than you may have intended, but realize that though it leaves its mark, it's not as grave as it would be were this a living being. Okay. That brings us to Bastrad.
So, seeing our guide create this water underneath the boat, Bastrad has his first kind of realization of how integral their guide is to them now surviving this moment and navigating into and out of wherever they're trying to go. And so he's going to he'll quietly close his eyes for just a moment and focus his energy and his thoughts on on our guide, and use his newly acquired sanctuary ability. I got magic initiate when we leveled up, and his kind of protective instinct that he's been kind of trying to fight, especially about Ingvaraad. He's kind of just unleashes this energy of protective energy, of this protective spirit on the boat driver, and that's only a bonus action. So if there is also a ghost on him, he's gonna just try to just slam this thing off him with his fists, which are magical fists. With his 2 attacks. Magic hands.
Jazz hands.
And let's see. With his fists, that's gonna be a 13 with 1 attack and a 14 with the other.
Both of those will make purchase against this creature.
Oh, hey. Well, that's neat.
They're not difficult to hit. They're just difficult to get damage to stick.
Well, I got magic hands with my unarmed hands, so
don't forget to add that D4.
Oh,
right?
Yeah, so it would have been more for those. It would have hit anyway. That's just on the hit, right? Not the damage.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, so then for damage, that's going to be 8 plus 6 is 14. 14 points of damage overall.
Okay, cool. Is that from both of your strikes?
Yeah, and I already used my bonus action.
Right. Okay. So you strike this thing, managing to make better headway against it than most of the rest of the party has yet. Your hands seem to almost collide with where their skin effectively would be, and like each one of these blows that you make with, whether it be fist or foot, every time you strike, there's almost like this ripple of light that emanates away from the point of impact, kind of over their body, and you can see that the damage is causing way more harm than the weapons of your compatriots have thus far, but it is still standing.
As he was making each blow, if anyone's looking, they would actually see like this slight kind of almost glistening sheen of something, just like it's almost like the air around it, like around an airplane, where like it's but like a visible like line of that as he hits each one, it kind of dissipates, and then he pulls back and does it again.
It's badass. All right. Okay, that one that is still alive, Bastrad, is going to attempt to grab you once again with its cold grasp, but with the strikes that you managed to land against it, you have pushed it back further than it was, and this swiping ghostly claw kind of just cuts the air in front of you, but manages to miss you completely. All right, next up we have Darian. There's still one on you that is alive, about the same state. Yeah, that's a dirty 20. So that's going.
I'm gonna go ahead and use my protection fighting style and impose disadvantage.
Okay, excellent. Let's see what this other one comes up as. That's probably going to be better. A 15 total. Darren, did you say yours was a 15? Your AC?
15, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So, unfortunately, though you managed to get your shield in the way, Haroon, and it keeps this strike from being quite as vital as it would have otherwise been. It does, however, still manage to get like its fingernails just through the edge of Darian's body. Darian, you're going to take 14 points of necrotic, and I need another con save, please.
And then don't forget that save. You get the D4 plus my 4.
I will also not pass up on the same opportunity that Tim did earlier. I will use my gamesmanship and use my reaction to half that down to 7.
Absolutely.
As Darian is much more attentive and concerned for his survival, I think, in this moment. And as far as the saving throw, that's a 14 on the die, plus 4 from the aura, plus another 3 from bless, plus 2 from con, so over 20.
Excellent. So, with Haroon's help and also just your razor-sharp reflexes, you manage to avoid the worst of this, and it only barely grazes you at all. And you manage to ignore this effect of trying to pull something out of you. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so Sabanos, the one that was on you is dead. So we're going to come back to you. The one that is on Haroon, who missed first, is going to come back in and try to strike you with a 19. Haroon. That might do it.
That does hit, yes.
Okay. So I will need a con save from you.
Okay.
Man, these dice like this number.
Plus 2, so that's 17 plus my aura.
Yeah,
so, yeah.
Okay, so you're able to slough off the secondary effect of this pull upon your soul, but you will take 14 points of necrotic damage.
Okay. I actually, due to my celestial resistance, I'll only take half necrotic damage.
That's right, being an elf.
Yeah.
That's awesome. So yeah, this ghostly elf is trying to make this pull upon your soul, and your near constant awareness of your soul and how it's connected to your being, both from being an elf and from being a paladin, manages to protect you a little against this thing. Okay. Coming back to Sabanos. Sabanos, if you would please make a perception roll for me.
Sure. So that's going to be 22.
Excellent. So you're kind of looking out past the immediate area around you where this fight is unfolding, and you can see other creatures moving about, and you can see that there are 2 of them, and they seem to be kind of at the back of this crowd of breathless, and they look a little different. They're winged, and they have multiple limbs, as well as 2 sets of glowing green eyes, arranged in almost this kind of arachnid positioning on their skulls. They have these spines that run down the middle of their back and down these long tails they have. And as they beat their wings and fly, you can tell that they're not actually using these wings to stay aloft, because they move like these breathless. They move like ghosts. And these wings seem to almost be just a matter of appearance, maybe for frightening people. And these things, you realize the surface of them is moving, and you can see bits of it kind of drip and fall away, and you realize that these things are covered in pitch.
And I would do my best to quickly, in a very economical way, state the new enemies. So something in the neighborhood of 2 more approaching, in whatever way, northerly or whichever direction it would be. That direction made entirely of pitch, or at least covered in it. And I think now, is it my turn? I might have missed that.
It is now your turn.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. He's like switching all this stuff. I thought it was, but I thought there might have been something more to the, or surprise round or something. So that's on my.
Yeah, I'm still making sure that I can do this mute thing.
No, it sounds so cool to us right now. So, so what I will do, if there is one still remaining, is anyone adjacent to it still? One of you guys, I think.
Yes.
Okay, beautiful.
Darian is beside one. Bastrod is also beside one, and then there's one on Haroon as well. So you have your pick.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. So what I will do is, I believe, especially if I saw that one just take a chunk out of Darian, even though I saw him sort of dodge out of the way and, his armor become clawed or scratched, I would definitely impulsively, though I would never admit it, go in that direction in a fit of protection. And so pre-rolled, it is a 16 this time. And that's with all the bonuses all up. Does a 16 hit?
It does, absolutely.
Okay, baller, and that is 19 total damage all up.
Okay, and this was the one that Darian was already on?
Yes, basically just I moved in that direction. If necessary,
Perfect.
I would move, and be adjacent as well.
So you can go ahead and describe what it looks like as you finish off this enemy as well.
I imagine that I attempt to sort of make a grand gesture out of it, and I feel like the thing sort of just dissipates way too quickly. So I'm like, yeah, and it's kind of like, or gaudy or whatever it looks like. And it's like, so I'm standing there sort of silent, and the boat's kind of creaking and rocking. It's almost a little awkward because I'm now like uncomfortably close to Darian.
Like your sword like pointed at him because the sword is between you.
Yeah. And you just see the
Excellent. All right. Let's see. That was Sabanos. Okay, we are back to the top with Haroon. Haroon, this raft is now moving probably 3 to 4 times as fast as it was before. And though these creatures all around you are still swarming, we are going to do something a little different. These Breathless are going to continue to assault the group. But you're going to mainly be fighting these 2 winged black creatures that are coming in. And in addition to whatever else that you guys are doing on your turn, I would like for you to also roll a d4 and describe to me how you dispatch that many number of the normal ghosts on your turn. Does that make sense? Cool.
Super. Very cool. Very cool mechanic. Like that a lot.
All right. So the main threats are just these pitch creatures?
Yes, and they are
Is what you're
closing
saying?
in fast. Yeah.
Okay. But they're not
So you're still fighting the ghosts, but we're not going to make the rolls and things like that. So
Okay. But there's no creatures of pitch on us yet. I mean, as far as like in melee range is what I'm trying to get at.
no, they will be within melee this turn, but as of right now, they
okay.
are not.
Then I guess what I'd like to do is just kind of hold my action to once they're in melee range to attack one. So as soon as one comes into range,
Perfect.
I would attack it. Yeah.
Okay. So you kind of fall into this kind of defensive stance. Maybe your shield kind of held aloft or something, and you bide your time. The pilot of the raft, your guide, continues to swell this water beneath your raft with his magic, continually pushing you forward as fast as he can control, and using his oar that's kind of tucked underneath the armpit of his armor as this rudder to steer you guys as best he can. He looks over to you, Haroon, after you have Bastarat, after you have placed this protective force on him, whatever it may look like. And though you cannot see his face because it doesn't have an appearance, you can see the slight nod of appreciation come from his wrapped head. Darian, it is your turn.
Darian, I think seeing these creatures ready to descend, but not quite within range yet, will bolster himself similarly to Haroon, readying himself, but not quite in the same way. He's going to position himself like out, so like seeing where these things are coming in from, that basically he would be the first person that they hit, if assuming they just fly in a straight line at us. But he's going to be ready to try to avoid them, basically going to take the dodge action, so that when they do swoop in, hopefully they attack me and do so with disadvantage.
Excellent. Okay. These two creatures are approaching, one from either side. And as they approach, they continue this kind of horrendous noise that they're making. As they close in on either side of you, Haroon, one of them will come close enough to the raft that you may go ahead and take your readied action.
All right. So I rolled a 15 plus my attack bonus. That is going to be a 20 to hit.
Yes, that will hit.
All right. And that is going to be 9 slashing.
And this is from a regular weapon?
Yeah, longsword. Yeah.
Okay. Just like the breathless that you have been fighting already, you can tell that this blade does not cause quite as much harm as you may have liked. You said it was 9?
Yes, 9.
Okay.
Yeah.
In addition... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, if it's still up, I'm going to go ahead and use my extra attack.
Yes. Okay, so before you do that, if you would, please roll me a strength saving throw.
Okay. That is going to be plus my bonus. That's a 15.
Okay. You swing and you hit this thing, and you realize your weapon just didn't do quite as much damage as you had hoped. But also, when you rear back to make your second strike, you have a difficult time actually pulling your sword free of the pitch that covers this thing's body, as these like black sticky strings extend as you finally do manage to muscle it back out of this creature and prepare for your second strike.
Okay. Yeah. So it's like as these pitch strands snap as he rears back, and again he just trying to hold up his shield as this like pitch is like dripping over it, and then just trying to slice at it in the air. That is going to be a 15 to hit.
That will hit.
All right. That is going to be the same 9 slashing.
Okay, so it bites similarly to what you had just done to it. And though you have caused these wounds to this creature, it still seems to be intent on pressing the attack.
Do I need to make a strength again?
You will, yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
And while I'm doing that, just to let you know, I did roll a 4 on the D4.
Excellent, okay.
All right. That is strength 14.
And again, barely, almost not this time, you manage to rend your sword back out away from this creature and not lose it. All right, so as you have finished these 2 strikes on this creature, please describe what it looks like as you also dispatch 4 of these normal breathless.
So yeah, I was trying just to attack and pull this out, and I imagine just 4 of these breathless try to take advantage as I'm being occupied by this winged creature. As it comes in, or as they come in, I wait for them to draw in close enough that when they do, I just basically like fling out my shield one way and then like bash 2 of them with it as I swipe into 2 other ones. And as I do, they just kind of, as Tim described earlier, kind of like a black mist, just kind of and kind of swirl out as they just come into contact.
Excellent. You kind of cut a swath around you to give yourself a moment of respite, though this winged creature does maintain its pace alongside the boat. As that was reactionary, it is now going to try to attack you, Harun. This thing, what does it have here? Okay. This thing likewise reaches out one of these multitude of appendages that end in these kind of claws of dripping pitch. It reaches out towards you and hits a 16.
No, that will not hit.
Okay. Is it your shield that makes the difference?
Yeah, with my shield, I'm at an 18.
Cool. So what does it look like when your shield is what protects you from this?
Yeah, I imagine it's just like this like sludge, just and it just boom, right into that shield. But even with that, it's just like I could feel it like tugging on the shield, just that sticky pitch, just holding on to it.
Excellent. Okay. It slams its fist against your shield harmlessly. The second is going to approach Bastrad. This other thing from the other side of the raft, comes to you and reaches its its talons out towards you, but it's only going to get a 10, so I doubt that hits you.
Does not.
So you escape the contact of this thing's long, like unnaturally long limb, and when it reaches it out, it's jointed in a strange way. Like, it's not where you would expect an elbow and a wrist to be. It has like an extra joint somewhere in there, and they bend in ways that you don't expect as this thing reaches towards you. But you're looking at this thing and realizing that there's something uncanny and wrong with its movements, manages to give you the opportunity to kind of step back enough that it misses. Okay. It is now your turn, Basterod.
Okay. So seeing
Wait,
this
did we-
thing's
Hold up.
Oh.
Did we skip
Did
Darian?
we skip Darian? Yeah.
They came in.
Didn't I dodge?
He
Has-
chose
has
dodge
been
to
full
try
That's
to
what it was.
to try to
Yeah.
bait
Oh,
them.
never mind.
That's
Yep.
what it was.
Okay.
So yes, that was all on their turn. So it is you, Basterod.
Okay. So seeing this oddly jointed thing, Basterod has moved far beyond fear at this point, because when these things started taking actual swipes, he switched back into his more comfortable emotion of anger. And how big of a boat are we dealing with? Like, how big is this raft? Like, how wide across?
It's like 10 feet on a side.
Okay. I think that'll work then. So what I'd like to do, tell me if this works or what I have to roll to make this try to make this happen, is he wants to grab at this thing like right at the joint, like right where it's bending backwards funny, and he wants to try to yank it down and like get on top of it. Like, I want to try to grapple it, I guess. Just try to pull this
Excellent.
thing down onto the boat and get on top of it, and so I can just start beating it.
Okay, so yeah, go ahead and make a grapple roll. You know what? I'll actually give you advantage because, again, this thing is covered in pitch. So it's going to be easy to hold on to.
Oh man, that advantage should have helped, but it did not.
Well,
That's going to be a grand total. Is that athletics?
yes, you can use athletics.
Okay, that's better. That's an 11.
Well, I rolled a 1.
Hey, how about that?
It works without a hitch. You grab a hold of this thing. It did not expect this at all. You manage to grab and pull, and when you do, there's almost this kind of a crack, almost like as if this pitch also was forming some kind of like a shell on the outside of this thing, and there was nothing underneath it to kind of support it. It kind of cracks a little under your weight, and you manage to pull this thing roughly down onto the deck of this raft, where it kind of spatters a little as it lands, and there's pitch that kind of thrown everywhere, and you manage to climb atop this thing.
And then I would like to use my bonus action attack to just take one good smack right just midsection. I don't care if this thing is pitchy and sticky. I'm holding it down with one hand, and I'm just gonna beat on it with the other.
Go for it. You should have.
Okay, that's a
advantage. I don't know if
oh, yeah,
grappling
you're right.
normally gives you advantage, but I think it does. No,
It does
I think
not
it does,
actually.
No.
No,
But
it's only if they're prone or you restrain.
But in this situation, you would get it because it is prone upon the deck. So
Right. Okay, so my attack with that is going to be a 6. So that's a 17 to hit. Although I think we have the bless still, right?
indeed,
So 18 to hit.
will actually absolutely hit.
Awesome. And then just a d6 plus 3, so 5 points of damage.
And it takes
And
all
still
of that
magical.
because you're magic.
Magic fists.
Okay, that is Basterod. Roll a d4, please.
Oh yeah, 3. So as these so actually, like, this kind of happens in stages during this whole ordeal of pulling this thing down. So as the thing is swiping at him, Basterod dodges to one side and actually like throws a fist out directly into the face of one of these apparitions coming at him. And the second one comes after grabbing the thing in the joint. He notices one coming at him, and he throws an elbow back, and just the whole thing just disapparates after this kind of flying back from the head. And the third one is, while he's got the thing down, he takes his first punch, and then notices another one coming, and just like whips his arm back out to slam onto a third one. Again, just kind of sending it into a mess of this kind of disapparated ether.
Yeah, it's almost like these ribbons that you're just like punching, and then as you punch, like these ribbons kind of trail behind your fist as these things are falling apart just as quickly as you're making contact with them.
And it seems like if you looked in Bastarad's eyes, you'd see he's barely even here in this moment. He's just so he's so in the moment that he is just 1,000 miles away. Like his brain is shut off. It's just reaction, just nothing there but like anger and reaction.
Absolutely. Okay. That brings us to Sabinos.
So I think, not to be outdone by Darian, I'm also going to charge and attempt to, take some sort of a dodge situation. So now they've already descended upon us, so it's probably very useless, right? So what I'm doing is posturing as though I have done this. And so I'm like, yeah, but then I realize he's probably seeing straight through it. And so what I'm going to do is attempt to assist Bastarad. And so in terms of the Icarus pitch covered creatures, how close in proximity to Bastarad and Haroon is that creature now?
So the one that Bastarad has is beneath Bastarad. So they're effectively in the same space. Right? Yeah, it's kind of, he's holding it down to the deck. Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. So that's even better because essentially what I can kind of do is just go up and, what would you consider it? Does it have the grappled condition?
Yes,
it
is
like officially
grappled. Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. So then what I'm going to do is I'm going to walk up to it and I'm going to just stab it in the head. After I've postured and made it look like I'm also protecting, I'm going to go to the safe place with the large magic fisted man and really throw my weight around by taking my rapier and just stabbing it into what appears to be the cranium of this creature. 14 all up. I don't know if that hits. Does that hit?
Yes, you should have advantage because it is prone. I don't know if you
cool.
Okay, advantage or not, but
I did not. But so that's even better. Let me just make sure I don't roll a crit.
Exactly.
Nope, no crit. Little higher roll, but nothing that would change it.
Yeah,
too
it
drastically.
Absolutely passes through what passes for ahead of this creature.
Okay, perfect. And so what I am doing is, I think at this point, I'm taking measured, specific sort of like pushes into this thing's brain now that I have something corporeal and real. And so my sneak attack in this case is going to be more of a surgical sort of assessment of its anatomy. And so what I'm trying to do is basically find any sort of organ, any sort of thing that could pass for a brain, or maybe I put it through one of its glowing green eyes just to kind of make it as bad as it can be. Now, for all that description, I only did 14 damage all up, but that's what I do. I just kind of slide it through, trying to really get that thing, the feeling of hurting a creature after fighting something so incorporeal. In the midst of all that, I dispatched one of the regular breathless per my D4, and I think I sort of did it in a fit of annoyance when it got in the way while I was posturing. As I sort of tried to look like I was protecting the group, and I just sort of whipped and made a grandiose gesture before I jumped over to where Bastarad is.
And as you've cut this thing to ribbons nonchalantly, and then have turned and driven your rapier into the head, if you want to call it that, of this creature, again, your weapon doesn't find much on the inside of this creature, as if it's almost hollow, like a chocolate bunny at Easter. The outside of this thing is almost a shell around nothingness on the inside. And you can feel it kind of cave and crack a little under the pierce of your rapier. But it is still very much alive is not the right term, but moving. Okay. Haroon, we are back to you.
Okay, so we still have 2 altogether.
Yes, both of these things are still in the fight.
Okay. Yeah, I can't pull any big damaging things unless I want to drop bless. So I'm going to take advantage of this creature being on the ground. Since get advantage.
Let me hop in real quick. Tim, would you please make a strength saving throw for me? Sorry, pardon me.
Oh, that's right.
Great. I'd say
don't forget your bonus from
oh, thank you,
Haroon.
Hallelujah. Thank you, Haroon. That is now a 14.
14 is exactly what you needed, but again, you almost failed to pull your rapier back out of this thing's skull.
Very cool. That is a really neat thing, Jeremy. That is cool.
Thank you. All right, Haroon, take it away.
Sure. So just to resolve it off the bat, I rolled a 2 on the D4. So I imagine just as he's just trying to fend the raft, just as 2 more of these ghost creatures come in, he just swipes through them, and then he'll turn back to see Basterod holding this creature and trying to, just pummel it as best he can. It like grappling him with its pitchness. Haroon will come in and he's just going to try to stab down into it.
So are you disengaging with the one that was on you?
Oh, that is true.
Although, to be fair, you could probably actually just turn around and strike the other one. The raft is so small, I don't imagine you'd even have to really move away. So yeah, don't worry about it.
Okay.
You're in range of both of them.
Perfect. Then I'm going to go ahead and take the advantage of this one being on prone.
Sure thing.
Roll with advantage there. A little bit better. So that is going to be 21 to hit, which I know will. And that's another 9 slashing.
Okay. It is still up. These things are pretty resilient. So go ahead and make your saving throw if you would, please. Your strength.
That is going to be a 16.
Okay. You're good.
Okay. And I will go ahead and take my extra attack and attack it again. Advantage is really helping me this time. That is going to be a 19, and that's going to be 6 slashing. And then I'll roll my strength saving, which is a 16. So I imagine just plunging down with the sword, but pulling back up as this pitch just like kind of sprays up and gets everywhere. And then again, just trying to eliminate one of these threats as quickly as possible.
Definitely. And yeah, Austin, I mean, yeah, I guess so. I guess you would need to make a strength saving throw as well for your melee attacks, your unarmed strikes. I guess it could lead to a very interesting situation.
Right, where I'm like stuck on him.
Where the grappler becomes grappled.
It's a 16. Okay. I don't care if my left hand is stuck on him. I'm holding him down with that one, so I'm fine with that just getting stuck until I need to pry it off or hope somebody has prestidigitation. But yeah, absolutely. Okay, cool.
Okay, so yeah, you managed to free your hand, though, there are bits and pieces of the pitch that are kind of stuck to it. Okay. Haroon had just wrapped up his turn. Darian, it is your go.
Yeah, so Darian, having readied himself, we'll see these things now descending, attacking, and the chaos kind of unfolding around him. I imagine he's not quite as perceptive as Sebanos, but he's still got a fairly decent eye on him. So he'll see some of the other weapons starting to stick, and he'll actually swap out and he'll pull a dagger off of his belt so that if it does get stuck, he's not losing something super valuable. Before he'll lunge at the nearest one to him, which I think would be the one that Haroon first attacked, the very first one that came down, lunging at it and trying to stab it with the dagger.
Excellent.
And we still have Bless, correct?
As far as I know, yeah. It lasts for like a minute, I think.
All right, so that'll be 18 then.
Mm-hmm. That will hit.
All righty. There's going to be 18 piercing damage as he lunges forward, just stabbing the dagger into it.
And again, almost the same as with the regular Breathless. You have stabbed in and you realize that this thing just doesn't have much that's tangible about it other than this exterior, and it just doesn't quite do as much as you might have hoped. Did you roll a d4 for your normal? How many Breathless you killed? Did we do that?
Oh, I did. Yeah, I got a 4 as well.
Okay. What does it look like?
So what I imagine it is, it's not even necessarily his own self. He'll like have the dagger stuck into the creature and like try to retaliate by like sweeping at him with this like Icarus talon, and he'll like hurl himself like onto the dagger to basically like lean himself up as it'll like swipe underneath him and like claw, sending this like wave of Icar onto these other Breathless around him, which would then be like scattered by this thing's own claw for him before like thunk back down onto the deck, having avoided the attack, and try to yank the dagger out with a 17.
Yes, and you manage to wrench your dagger back from this thing's sticky exterior as it takes down several of your opponents for you. Okay. That is... Alright. The one that you just avoided, Darian, has now turned its ferocity on you and is going to try to reach out once more with its other talon coming the other direction now that you've landed back on the deck. And is going to get a 15.
That'll get me.
Okay. Once again, the sensation is kind of the same as this thing reaches out and grabs a hold of you, though the pitch on the outside of your body is warm and not molten. It's not burning or scalding you, but it's warm. Whatever's inside this thing is still that same cold, stinging sensation, and you're going to take 19 points of necrotic damage. And I'm going to need you to make a con save again, please.
I will go ahead and use my reaction to have that down.
Okay, excellent.
As well. Uh-oh. So, even with Bless and the Aura, I'm looking at an 8.
Okay, so though you were nimble, having just come back down from this kind of jump, this leap that you had made, with the raft kind of being at a tilt, this slight degree as it's riding this kind of rise of water, your footing was not 100% whenever you landed kind of back on the balls of your feet, and this thing managed to catch you off guard. Though you managed to avoid the worst of it, this managed to get a hold of whatever it is, that essence inside of you that it's trying to get to, and has managed to pull it out of you. And again, you see these strands almost coming directly out of your pores, just kind of straight out of you and into the face of this creature. Your hit point total is reduced by that same amount. It makes this almost this satisfied kind of noise as it takes this essence from you. Bastarad and Sabanos, beneath you on the deck, you watch as the surface of this thing's appearance, the outside of it, kind of bubbles and moves and kind of ripples, and the anatomy of this thing changes, and it has rolled over, essentially, now facing upwards, directly at you, Bastarad. And you realize where you had been holding this thing's hand, this elbow joint, you are now simply holding on to the end of this thing's tail, and it has free use of its hands. It is going to try to attack you. Does a 13 hit you, Bastrad?
No, it does not. 16.
Excellent. So as this thing's face appears kind of in the back of its head, where Sabanos is probably still kind of trying to get his rapier free from this thing, it has now turned so that the rapier is now coming out of its gaping mouth, and this black tongue is like snaking out of this thing's mouth and wrapping its way up the rapier of Sabanos. And as it's doing that, it reaches up and tries to grab at you, Bastarad, but you manage to kind of lean backwards, and it just barely misses kind of your chest with this black talon.
Yeah, Bastarad notices at just the last moment, as he's kind of watching more like the apparitions coming at his companions, he feels just this slight change and ripple under his hand, and glances down just in time to notice that it's a tail and no longer the jointed arm, and then just snaps his head back to the head of this thing and immediately just pulls back to avoid this thing's fast attack.
Okay, that was both of those. And Bastrad, it is now your turn.
Well, seeing that this thing has regained its ability to harass me further, I'm going to continue my assault on it. I'm still on top of it, so Bastarad will just do that same focused strike just directly at this thing. Again, just going center mass, not trying for anything fancy, just trying to pound away at it, hoping that whatever hardening pitch around it will just crack and give away to whatever is underneath. And so I will use, actually, I think I'm going to use Flurry of Blows.
Okay.
So
before you roll, just as a note,
Yeah.
it is no longer grappled. It is also no longer prone.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I'm still going to use the first. Oh, shoot. I opened something else and my computer is now trying to open something. Okay, well, I'm going to use the Flurry of Blows. So that should be 4 attacks, and I'm just going to punch. That is my goal. So that is a 21, a 16, oh my God, this is going really well. 19, and a die on the floor, and a 22.
Yes, and yes.
So was that only 3? Did I say 4 or 3 just now?
I don't know.
You said 4. You did say 4.
Okay.
And all of them were remarkably high. So I imagine.
That is incredible. The lowest I rolled there was 10.
Yeah. So you nailed it. It was great.
That was amazing. Okay.
Yeah, these things the same. They are not very difficult to hit at all.
Awesome. Okay. So then that's going to be 2, 5, 10, 17, 23 points of damage as I just pounding away at this thing, just both fists at this point, since I'm not holding on to it anymore.
What does it look like as you kill this creature?
So this sort of hardening pitch exoskeleton that seemed to be forming as it was trying to protect itself just starts to crack, and it gives way to this squishing pitch again, and it just starts to splatter into these globs of pitch that are just being sent off Did I freeze? I feel like I froze there. Okay. They're just being sent off in every direction onto each piece of the ship, and everyone's getting splattered with this dark pitch. And Bastrad just keeps punching until he realizes he's just punching the deck of this raft and like bruising his fists on like on the wood of the raft.
Yeah, you realize that now this thing is nothing more than just a puddle of pitch on the deck as you're holding just basically one string of this pitch. And it's just really the fact that you've been holding onto this thing so long that that fist is just caked in it and is still just connected by kind of one of these long strings of tar. Okay, that was Bastrad. Sabanos, it is your turn.
So I think that what I was going to do is sort of survey what's going on. I want to take an opportunity to look around, and in the same way that I noticed two of these things, we've been sort of fever pitched, no pun intended, in battle. And so I want to make sure that as we are, sort of floating along, do I notice any other imminent danger? What else is happening around us? Are we alone? Are there other creatures or people? What is our guide doing? Is there anything that is of note?
Yeah, he is still just kind of concentrating on swelling this water to try to move you along as fast as you can. And looking around, you notice that the breathless are not as interested. There's not more of them that are approaching. So the ones that you're dispatching have thinned this herd, if you will, and now there's just a few stragglers that are left. It seems as though you can still see some of their lights kind of glowing off in the distance of this swamp, but there seems to be much more space between them. They seem less dense here, and you might even think that you are passing out of this place, this breathless bog. But you spot something else. From the branches of trees and on sharpened pikes jutting up out of the water and the small little spits of land here and there, you can see collections of humanoid skulls that decorate here and there. Several of them have markings of some kind painted or carved into the bone of their face.
Okay, understood. Excellent. And then is there a way to, and I would want to do this without making it evident, but is there a way to see which of my companions would be in the most danger at the moment?
That would probably be Darian. I think he is, as of now, the only one with his sole attention on this second tar creature.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, cool. So what I would do is I would attempt to essentially experiment further as I have perceived, as Bastrad had this creature literally change forms, and then as I have felt my blade plunge into the thing's head and feel that it was sort of empty and that sort of thing, what I would do is I would look to exploit the part of it that is the closest and easiest to hit. And so in terms of, I know now that this thing isn't organic, I know that it doesn't have like guts and a brain and that sort of thing. So now I'm just trying to deal sheer damage. And so I do, and I take my my rapier and I just plunge it into the largest, broadest section of this creature. My attack pre-rolled was a 15, all up, and that's including the extra jammy. And then the damage on that all up was 16. If that hits, indeed hits.
It does indeed, yes.
Yep. Now, unfortunately, my strength saving throw on that, even with the additional, if that is still in play, if the D4 is still in play, Was that correct, or was it advantage?
I think it gives you a D4, and there's a +4 as well.
Okay, so that with the I'll just say it this way: I rolled a 2.
Oh, okay.
So yep, I rolled a 2, and I am not in any way proficient with strength. So
Right.
right, so all up, I basically with those 2, I was as a 10.
So yeah, with this last strike that you have made against this creature, hit as it has into a large portion of its body, as it twists away to kind of strike at Darian again or something, it actually wrenches the rapier right out of your hand, and you watch as the rapier kind of goes into the large form.
Yep. That's a bummer. All right. Awesome. And I have no emotional attachment specifically to this weapon other than I know that I'm good with it, and I know that I'm able to I'm no longer as lethal as I was, and I know it now. So
There are other things on the raft that you could use, but they would certainly be an improvised weapon.
okay, gotcha.
Okay. So that brings us back around to Haroon.
Okay.
Oh no, we lost someone. Jeff.
Oh, lost Jeff.
Give him just a second to come
Oh,
back in and I
man.
can fix the cameras.
Yep.
In the meantime,
I do. Are we? I'm. Oh, I don't think. Are we still dealing with the ghost, or they're gone?
yeah, I mean, you
Like, do
can
I need-
describe, killing a few more if you'd like, but they are thinning out. There's not nearly as many
Okay.
of them.
I just didn't know if I need to keep rolling a d4 or not.
If you want to, go for it.
Sure. Yeah. So that's 1. So again, just spending off. Just, all right. I will continue just hitting one of these creatures. But we're coming up to something. Was it land or something that was just more ominous with these skulls?
So you've been passing little pieces of land here and there.
Yeah.
Kind of, mostly along the sides of where you've been traversing. And that's where a lot of these pikes and things are driven. But there's also plenty of vines and like very rough made rope that are hanging from the branches of these trees and stuff that contain the same sort of decorations.
Okay. I was like, can we get off this raft or not? Okay. I will, I want to maintain the bless because that's helping my companions there. So I will just attack this pitch creature.
Okay.
And that's cocked there. That's probably not going to hit. That's a 12.
That will not hit.
Okay.
That will glance off of it.
All right, I'll use my extra attack. Make an additional. That's a 19 on the die, so I'm sure
That,
that
however, will.
hit. That's going to be 9 slashing, and I will make my strength, which is a 14 again.
So once again, just barely, you manage to kind of pull your blade back out of this creature. But if you would please describe to me what it looks like as you finish this second creature off.
Okay. Yeah, I imagine it's sitting there and it's like flying and beating against the shield, and I just kind of batter it back as it kind of opens itself and exposes. And with my sword, I drive into it and pull it down. But even though like I hit it and it hits the raft, it just disintegrates, ooze-like, and seeps through the cracks of the raft as it goes underneath and just kind of like washes away into this river of sticks, if you will.
as the two black creatures are dispatched, and you manage to move past the rest of these breathless here in the bog, continue on. The guide that has led you this far finally lets go of his spell, and there's a long silence that kind of follows before he says, "We are very lucky. That was close. Those creatures are called oracles, because once in life they were in fact the sovereign oracles of our people." And he kind of looks in your direction, Harun. And in the distance, you hear the sounds of drums. And ahead, between the breaks in the trees, the gnarled branches, you believe that you can see a large black horn rising into the sky of the long night. Here, we are going to go ahead and take our break. So, thank you very much for anybody who may be tuning in so far. Hopefully Jeff can figure out what's going on with his internet and pop back in here again. We will sort places and things out once we are back. But we're going to take 5 to 10 minutes. Refill your drinks, go to the bathroom, kiss your spouse, smoke them if you got them, etc., etc. Sit tight, and we will be right back.
Let's do it.
Cool.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Thank you very much for sticking with us through the break. I think we have all of the tech issues solved, at least for the moment, and everybody should be juggled around back where they belong, I hope. Thank you very, very much for tuning in this evening, whether it be live with us or whether it be in the future. I sincerely appreciate it. These players are kicking ass already, literally and figuratively, so I cannot wait to get back into this and see what they're going to do with the rest. So, let's do that, shall we? You are on this raft, floating through this bog. You've just been assailed by the breathless here, these elven ghosts who have expired throughout the millennia of the world of momentum, including two of these things that you have been informed were once sovereign oracles themselves, called now simply oracles. So as that has wound down, you have found a moment of peace on the other side of this. You are now hearing drums ahead of you in the distance, and you see a twisted black horn rising up above the trees that separate the remaining distance between you and this Colossiah. So, what is the conversation and the mood on this raft currently?
Bastrad will turn to Sabanos and just glare. What were you thinking? And just wait for an answer.
I wasn't.
No, you weren't. Look where we are. Look what is around us. Keep your head on your damn shoulders for Tarlok's sake.
Certainly. Apologies for the scuffle. And he sort of, it's like the best he can do is like apologize and then immediately downplay it, like in this sort of, sarcastic, not really sarcastic, but a minimalist, like minimalizing it just out of sheer habit. But sincerely, there's like a real apology in there for sure.
And that kind of softens Bastrad for a moment. Like, are you okay? Did any of them get anything from you?
And for half of a moment, he considers telling the story of what he experienced and this person from his childhood and how it actually, for him, was this strangely cathartic and rewarding experience. But then he feels that sort of heat that comes from something that's too cold across his back in hatch marks from the embrace of the thing. He looks around the ship and he sees the ichor still staining the deck. And he sees the guide still focusing intently to move the ship. And he realizes that now isn't the time to share a personal victory in the mess that he created. So he answers with, yes, I have had some wounds. I seem to have been able to evade them, at least for the most part, thankfully. We have Haroon here, who I felt the power of whatever it is you think is real that you pray to, and it worked, so there's that. So, no, it took nothing from me, but nothing important to you at the moment.
Throughout the exchange, I think Darian would have been strangely quiet, especially to Sabanos, who probably would have expected Darian to like lash out or make fun of him. And I imagine there's that notice of like, huh, that's strange. And perhaps it would be Sabanos with his perceptive eye that would notice. Like Darian's like the color is just like completely drained from his face, and he's got like this almost like half like 1,000-yard stare, and he'll just kind of like look as if he's like trying to like pull through some haze. He'll just like look over. I think it would just be to you, Sabanos, and he'd like put his hand on your shoulder and be like ice cold when he touched you. Say, I don't feel right.
And I think maybe even your hand, as you say, I was just embraced by one of these things and I felt this cold, but now even your hand feels like about as cold as the embrace, I would say, even. And I think I probably jerk back to the touch involuntarily, just sort of like, something's wrong. And I would even maybe put my hand to your forehead to feel it, as though for some sort of fever or something. What would I feel if I put my hand to your forehead?
Sebanos, whenever you recoil and then like put your hand, you see the same. It's faint, it's weak, but there's this drawing like out of your pores and into Darian.
Oh. And I just look at Haroon with if my glance could say anything, it would be, well, fix it.
Yeah, so I will look at Darian, and I just kind of like place my hand just like on your chest, like where your heart would be, and I close my eyes, and I'm just trying to get a sense of because the healing that I would offer is more of a spiritual healing than it is a physical healing. So mechanically, is it a condition, Jeremy, that he has, or is it?
So it is a byproduct of the kind of damage that they're doing.
Okay.
And it's going to take a long rest in order to get rid of the effects. It's not technically a condition.
Okay, got it. All right. What about, again, mechanically, Jeff? Are you down HP? I know you said your max has come down, but are you missing HP?
It's both. So my max HP is down, and from that, I'm also missing hit points.
All right. How many hit points are you currently missing? From, I mean, that you could go back up. What's your max at right now, I should say?
I'm down 7 from my new max.
Okay. I will. So yeah, you'll feel, so like Haroon will have his hand on your chest, and then his eyes will open and they're glowing that blue white ether, as like little trails of ether smoke are flowing through, and he begins to you can see like from his hand just ether transferring from him into you. He's like, unfortunately, you will require rest before you can be fully healed, but I will do what I can. So I'm going to use my lay on hands, and I'll return that, at least bring you up to your new max.
And likewise, Haroon, whenever you do this, like when you impart this kind of healing to somebody, their body accepts it willingly, but this is almost like putting water to a dry sponge. Like his body almost like greedily soaks it in.
And I imagine for Darian, it's almost like the sort of sensation of like being really hungry and eating, but then like still needing food. Like they sense like the fulfillment of the sensation is not there, despite like doing what would normally satiate it. And I like kind of like look confused, as if like he was expecting something more, and just kind of like look down and like see that like some of the nicks and cuts from like falling down in the ship and like the bruises and stuff are gone, but he'll like still feel that haze, that's something not quite there. And I'll just kind of nod. I hope you're right.
I can't explain it, but in this place, the power of the gods, or at least the ones that I ask for their blessings, their power, it's diluted here. I don't know if we continue going further, if I will be able to continue to call on them for their protection. We must be ever more careful.
Yeah. Okay. Darian will say, like, again, like probably like surprisingly little like resistance or confrontation, or like questioning of the fact that like our healer's not going to have their healing power. Like he's just kind of like almost in like a suggestive sort of state of just like whatever you say, he's just like, yes, I agree with that thing.
So you finally come to a shore, if you want to call it that. Your guide informs you that this is the spot of land that puts you closest to the betrayer. He says, the rest of the way you will have to go on foot. I dare not go any closer. I will remain here with the raft and await your return.
I look to our guide. Is this the heart spring?
If you continue forward, you will find the betrayer. His heart spring is buried under the ground, beneath his skull. You must enter his mouth and descend. But be careful. You are now in the territory of the Black Jaws.
I look to my companions. Every Colossiah at its very core has a place known as the heart spring. In this place, there's an object known as the wellstone. This is the heart of the Colossiah. This is where we'll need to be. But it will be well guarded.
All around you, along this shore, there are fetishes of skulls and shrunken heads and talismans made of bones all over. Each of them, as I said before, painted or etched with these markings that have some kind of symbolism, you're certain, but what? You have no idea. The drumming continues in the distance. What would you like to do? You would like to do nothing. That's fine too. You've been through a lot. Just take it easy. Kick your feet up.
He's onto something there. He's really onto something there.
I take my comfort very seriously, sir.
I think for sure Sabanos would not have a say, especially after what just happened, and that was incited essentially entirely by him. But also, as we get deeper into this, my place in this group isn't firm yet, at least in terms of what I provide other than a burden. So I think he's sort of going to hang back and really just kind of follow, probably looking to Darian, but knowing that Darian isn't his full self. So feeling insecure and maybe looking to Haroon for that sort of proxy leadership, but still feeling concern for Darian and maybe even missing the fact that he didn't chide him.
I mean, just looking around, I don't think does there appear to be any place near here that would even remotely look safe enough to even put up a camp, even if it is for like a short rest or something? Because it seems very hostile from what you're describing.
I mean, it's possible that you could find a spot like that, but the likelihood that you would feel safe there is very unlikely.
Okay. I would look to Darian and I would look back to the two of you, and there's no time to rest at the moment. It is best that we continue forward towards the heart spring. And he would just kind of like lift up his shield, put it back over his shoulder there, and motion to move forward.
Sabanos would follow.
There are other creatures here. We need to be quiet, careful. Darian will like mutter through the haze, like noting all the different things that are basically laid about, mostly with like people's skulls. He doesn't want to join them particularly.
Bestred will look to Haroon and Sabanos and just kind of mouth, "I'll stay with Darian," like kind of noting his weakened condition and just trying not to make it known to Darian that he's doing that, but just kind of letting the others know.
Yeah. And I think, Jeremy, if you'll allow it, I think that I would be immediately that sort of, whatever moment of, being humble or subservient or thoughtful of the others, it's not a purposeful thing. It is a self-centered thing where I see these skulls and I, begin to see them more up close, and immediately just my curiosity is piqued. And so I have this ability called Eye for Detail, which again, it's that sort of like I can investigate to uncover or decipher clues. What I'm specifically trying to glean from this, not necessarily the meaning of the glyphs, but the care with which they were etched, or the way, or are they similar, or is everyone completely different? Like I'm enamored with who did this and why and those kinds of things.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead and roll that up.
Okay, killer.
See what you get.
Okay, I have a pretty beefy check to this, so let me add all that up. Okay, so that is a 16 all up.
Excellent. So you notice that these are almost all of them are individualized. There doesn't seem to be a pattern or a repeating symbol of any kind necessarily. There may be a few of them that have a similar marking, but they all seem to be different from one another, at least in some facet. and a lot of them are carved into this bone with what you think is a pretty crude tool. It seems like maybe something like flint or stone that was used to carve these in, and they're very tribal in nature. And on several of these ropes, as well as the skulls and the bones themselves, and even like the pikes and the branches, you can see little fingerprints of pitch, little tiny patches from where these things have been handled by somebody with pitch on their hands.
And one final thing off of that, if I approached, would I be able to see within reason if the pitch was fresh or dry?
Yeah, I would say you could. Most of it looks dry. Some of it is fresher than others, but probably not within the last. I don't know how fast pitch actually dries, but
Sure, yeah, but like,
days,
yeah, no,
I
sure.
would say, yeah.
Okay, gotcha. So they weren't recently placed there. Like before we arrived, they've been placed there.
Yeah,
days
they've been there
before
for
we
some
arrived.
time. Yeah, you could tell
Cool,
that just
yeah.
by the weathering and the like algae growth and stuff like that on the bones.
And so that I would share all of that information with the group, whether they were really like listening or not. I would sort of start to rattle off the facts. I would make notes specifically of the crude tools that were used, the individuality of each of them, and the pitch, and how these have been here for days at least. But they're not so old that they are from a tribe long past. And kind of focus on those three facets, I think.
And there is one more thing that would probably be of note. Not on any of the skulls, but on several of the bones that form some of the other talismans and fetishes and things, you would find bite marks. And
Okay.
These bite marks are, the jaw on these things is probably close to a foot wide. And it's almost like a shark, like rows of teeth.
Okay. And I would go and probably run my fingers across those, just noting as my fingers scraped across the, stippled surface, just noticing how deep and how wide this is. And I would sort of look back in awe and again, sort of present that information to the group. So, I think I would kind of leave it at that, go to my own musings. We wouldn't even talk about it unless someone else brought it up or wanted to talk about it. But to me, it's just really fascinating.
No, Bastarad is fully aware of the rule that you don't speak of something that you don't want to see when you're in a place where you think that thing could be. So he is going to take a wide-eyed look at that and then shut his damn mouth.
Probably a wise practice. Okay. You push forward through this. It's a swamp here, but some of these trees and this undergrowth is so virulent that it's almost like a jungle. You're having to kind of like push your way through several growths of bushes and smaller trees and things of that nature as you're kind of making your way through. Though you're on land, you're having to kind of carefully pick where you're going because there's these pockets of water everywhere, and the areas of land that are actually traversable are almost like these snaking little pathways through all of these pockmarked stagnant pools of water. Each of them has this kind of rainbowy shimmer on the top, as you can easily see that there's pitch that is just floating in these pools here and there. And you push through into an area that is almost entirely devoid of any life, almost like a stark transition. And out in front of you, you can see the twisted, mangled remains, pitch covered, of this enormous horned skull. And beside it, probably 200 or 300 yards away at the least, is this gnarled, twisted hand reaching up almost as if it had curled back towards its body. And as you kind of enter this clearing, you actually notice that you were only a few feet away from where this Colossiah's spine has kind of been running underneath the surface of this muck. And now it has kind of jutted into this clearing by 3 or 4 vertebrae. And each of these vertebrae is the size of a village. You have some distance yet to go, but you can see the interior of the skull of this Colossiah is flickering with orange firelight from within.
I think I would faintly look to Darian again, recalling now that he is not himself, and probably resigning to that fact. I probably won't look for comfort there again until he's more of himself. But I would maybe look to Bastarad and just say, and to Haroon as well, just say, well then, what is the safest way, you think? We still have a ways to go, but I don't know if something feels like it's just waiting to kill us.
Yeah, I think you have a point. Let's at least try to move quietly. And with that, he'll he'll whisper quietly in the bonekin language for a moment, and you all feel as if you may feel like there's like a padding between your feet and the ground. Like it doesn't seem like your steps are fully connecting in a way that makes noise. As he'll use his key points to cast Pass Without Trace on the whole group, just to try to make it a little harder for us to be tracked through whatever this group is, through whatever dangers await us.
The bones of this Colossiah that remain here within this clearing cause these kind of stark, long-reaching shadows across parts of this clearing from the star and the moonlight of the sky above you. And it's easy to move into the shadows of the broken pieces of this land and the bones of the Colossiah itself. And with your magic, your capability, you're able to kind of bend some of these shadows so that they stay with you a little longer than they would naturally. And you begin to make your way closer to the skull of the betrayer. As you get closer, you realize that the drumming that you're hearing, though it has gotten louder, is coming from somewhere else in the clearing, aside from the skull itself. It seems to be kind of off to the distant right. And as you're getting closer to this skull, you start seeing signs of a village. You see like thatched huts and leather tents and things of that nature that are very rudimentary, but also very plentiful.
Perhaps we should investigate this village. It may give us a chance for a respite.
You think the village full of shark monsters is going to give us a respite?
We don't know what dwells here, Darian.
We don't.
I'm not saying that we
I
approach...
don't want to find out.
We have... And he looks towards the betrayer. We have yet many miles to cross. I'm not sure that we can make it there without regaining some of our strength.
There's a village here. That means that things live here, which means that there will be things around here. Does not seem like a smart place to stay.
You're not you're not well, Darian. We you know I mean, I'm fine either way, it doesn't really matter. I could use a rest myself, in fact. Jeremy, is there a way that I could sort of try to deduce if, well, essentially, if there's a way to approach this village without being blatantly seen immediately? So I'm not really any sort of survivalist by any stretch, but I do have a bit of a survival. So I'm no ranger, but I'm also intuitive enough. So is there any way to approach and at least perhaps see what is causing these rhythmic beating sounds? Is it a celebration or is it a sacrifice? Like these are very different events. So
Yeah, so the drum beating is very rhythmic and has been going on for, you've probably been hearing it for over an hour at this point. It doesn't sound upbeat the way you would expect from a celebration.
okay.
It sounds almost more droning than anything else. But one of the things that you do notice about the village itself is you see no palisade. You see no guard towers. You only see what look like domiciles type buildings. And you think that if they're not paying too close of attention, that Bosterod's ability will likely get you very close to this village.
And so, Austin, how would we perceive that ability? Do you think that would be something that's like very evident, or is that something that?
Well, so the majority of it is going in my imagination, and I think from what we've kind of talked about before, is not stuff that you would notice. It's more like when someone is about to look your way and about to perceive where you are, there's like a cat screeches behind them sort of thing.
Sure,
where
perfect.
Like, oh, what is that? Like, yeah, and then
Yep.
then you're gone.
That's
but
perfect.
I do also think that there's probably some element of a softened step. You can feel like it feels like every time you step, you're not like you don't feel like you're making quite the contact with the ground in the same way, where it's like there's like imagine like an air hockey table, like how like the hockey puck just kind of feels
Sure.
like it's like on top of the thing,
Yep. I love that. No, that's fantastic. So then, especially with the soft step, I probably would begin to notice, first of all, that there was a definite effect that we were under some sort of, boon. But then secondly, I feel that Sabanos would notice a shadow lengthening or things that would not normally be perceived. And so I think he would sort of approach you and say, it's very impressive what you do with all of with everything and the obfuscation that you're able to achieve. Of course, if it's suiting to Haroon and, of course, my man Darian, perhaps we can press these things. We can maneuver close to this village and perhaps see whether it's shark monsters or just regular people who want to kill us.
Bastrad will nod at the suggestion, and start to move towards the village, but he'll stop for a moment. He'll say, "When we get a little closer, let's find some shadow, and I'll go scout it out for a bit." So I encourage all of us to kind of move most of the way to the village, and once I don't know how long that will take. So I'll save what I'm going to do once we get a little closer until we get a little closer.
And I would follow in whatever sort of marching order that Haroon and Darian approved of, sort of in the shadow, with, I would imagine, Bastrad leading at this point.
Being the one wearing the most heaviest gear, I'd probably trail in the back, just trying to not give off our positioning and everything else. But yeah, I would definitely let Bastrad take the lead, since it is his ability that's protecting us at the moment.
So you proceed to cross the distance of this cleared, almost a caldera area, like this kind of circular-ish valley, kind of around this betrayer. And as you get closer, you realize that the drumming seems to be coming from where this gnarled hand is actually kind of reaching up out of the ground. And the further you're going towards the skull, the more you're kind of going not directly away from that, but you're putting distance between kind of where that drumming sound is and kind of where you're headed. You get close to the outskirts of this village, and it takes you a moment to realize that it's not just the drumming that's kind of drowning out the noise of this village. This village is close to silent. You see no movement coming from within this village.
All right, Bastrad will kind of stop everyone when we get a little, close enough that we can kind of see this lack of movement. And all right, wait here. And he'll walk off into a bit of shadow, and as soon as he disappears into the darkness in this shadow, there's just a stillness where you were just seeing him, and then you might catch out of the corner of your eye, a couple dozen feet off, just another little glimpse of movement as he shadow steps between these different pieces of darkness, because it is a sunless night, of course, as it has been for so long now, and he'll keep kind of shadow stepping closer, trying to find a vantage point that will let him see into this village to see if there's anything, if there's anyone, or if this is a trap, what's going on, because it seems like there is some sort of light, so someone has been there recently enough to light something.
You kind of make your way in this almost leapfrog fashion, kind of moving from piece of darkness to piece of darkness, and you manage to basically get right up to one of the outlying cottages, that even being one of the last shadows that you kind of step into is kind of the shadow cast by the moonlight of this hut. And you come up to the outside of it, and you realize the reason that you're not seeing any movement is because there's nobody here. It doesn't look like this is abandoned. You see food laying out. You see what you can only guess are like children's toys and things of that nature. It's obvious that this village is a living village, but there's nobody here right now.
I cut out for the very last sentence of that. This village
Is empty. There's no one here right now.
is empty. Okay. Okay, there's just no one here right now. So it's not abandoned, but it's definitely empty at the moment. All right. If since it seems empty, like if it seems like truly and wholly empty, silent, there's no one around. All right, well, just out of a bit of curiosity and to try to figure out what kind of people we're dealing with, I want to kind of poke my head into one of these domiciles, just see what this house is like, what it's like inside.
So as you kind of pull the leather flap that kind of forms a door on this hut back, you notice as you're passing through like the threshold, there is an arrangement of 3 humanoid skulls kind of mounted to the top of the door, and each one of them has had pitch like smeared roughly kind of across its like teeth and jawbone. You step into this hut, and all of the furniture in here, the crude furniture that it does exist, it seems as though whatever lives here is small, especially compared to you. And there's the things you would expect to find. There's bed rolls. They're kind of filthy. There's pitch kind of here and there on everything. And there's a kind of low set table that kind of dominates the floor space on one part of this hut. And there is a plate and a bowl sat here. The plate contains fingers, like humanoid fingers. And in the bowl is what looks like pitch.
Okay, that's going to be enough. That's going to be just enough for Bastrad to get out of there. That is exactly what I needed to know. They are terrifying and awful, and we should not encounter them if we can avoid it. So I'm going to head back to the group the same way that I came as soon as I get out of this hut. And I'm going to describe to them everything that I found. They must be some sort of or living creatures. They eat, they have food, but it seems like it's fingers and pitch, whatever was on those creatures that attacked us, the flying ones, and just kind of walk them through what that village looks like.
If the village is empty and dangerous, then this may be our chance to get past it safely. If Jeremy, if I'm remembering right, the village is like around the skull, right?
Yeah. So like where the skull is, it's kind of like resting on its back. So like its teeth almost form like this arch of like a cave entrance. Essentially, it kind of descends down into the ground, and that's where like the torchlight and stuff is coming out of. And then basically from that mouth, kind of extending outwards, all of these huts form this village. So it's, I mean, like some of the villages are probably even like leaning up against the bone of the skull.
If we want to get into the mouth without being seen, that would seem like a perfect time. We can't be sure that it's safer in there than it is out here, but I wouldn't take my chances with these creatures if they have the sorts of things you've described.
My only worry is that they may be in there too, where we're going. But
the drum sound is specifically not there, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It sounds like it's all coming from where that hand is jutting out. again, maybe 300 yards or so away from where this village is.
We can't. Darren will kind of point off to where that noise is
Should
coming from.
we go?
Hmm?
I was just asking if I should check that out too.
It's risky. It's theoretically the whole village over there, or at least hopefully. We can't be sure that all of them are there, but if
All
this
right,
is a perfect
either
description, I'm worried about wasting it.
no, maybe you're right. Let's take the opportunity. It's presented to us. Let's do it. But we need to go now.
Agreed.
So, agreed. You described the village as being empty. Shall we skulk about?
He'll look at you, kind of assuming that what you mean, like, unless you plan on stealing a skull with a pitched jaw or fingers, I don't think they have much you'll be interested in. But by all means, look about in the precious little time we have before they come back and try to eat your fingers.
And I think before he would raise his finger to object and then quickly do the math of how long they've heard the drums, how far the distance is to the clearing, how many huts there were, which would fit about how many people, even if they lived primitively. And he goes, fair point. And doesn't argue because your facts are correct. And so, yes, carry on then.
And Bastrad will kind of just look at everyone and shrug and just start like slinking off towards the village again. This time just going at a kind of a normal pace to go with all of you.
So there's this almost kind of eerie calm as you're making your way through what is obviously a lived-in space, but there's no one home. There's this almost, like you said, skulking, this thievery kind of feeling, like you're sneaking about unseen through these people's living space as the drums continue off in the distance away from you, and you approach where this Colossiah, this forgotten Colossiah's skull, is turned upwards towards the sky, his gaping mouth open not only to you but also to the ground beneath you, and you can see where this spiraling ramp kind of descends down into the earth where this Colossiah's throat effectively would have been in life. Do you enter? Yeah. Okay. You see the passage downward is lined with torches in very rudimentary sconces that are in the wall, kind of driven in there with crude ironwork. And you make your way down this ramp for a decent distance. I would say you might be close to 100 feet or so beneath the surface. The walls here are saturated with pitch and are slick and wet. They reflect any light that's down here whatsoever. And eventually you find yourself in this cavernous chamber. This chamber doesn't look like it's lived in, but these creatures have certainly made this into a ritual site. there's more of these fetishes of bones and skulls kind of lining the exterior of this cavernous space. And there's torchlight everywhere here. And in the center is this pond, this pool of thick black pitch. And it seems as if this spot, this pool, has some kind of semblance, some kind of importance. There's offerings and things that have been arranged basically all the way around the shoreline, several layers deep, kind of facing towards the center of this pond.
Among these offerings, just odd question, but are there any sort of weapons?
Yeah, I would imagine so. They're probably decidedly human weapons. Things that you would expect most to be wielded by humans. So things like narrow-bladed swords, spears.
That's exactly what I'm looking for. I'm looking for like a rapier. I'd like to if I can see one, I'd like to go pick one up and then walk over to Savanos like here, and just hold it out to him. You'll need this, and a dead god doesn't.
I love it, and I think I would take it and sort of, I wouldn't say thank you, but I wouldn't be thankless, which is just strange. But it's like, it's almost like, again, that's the thing that should have happened, and the fact that you thought of it is like, it's great. That's a great idea. Like, so he's more thankful that you're that smart than you are thankful that he handed him a sword, which is a strange distinction, but it's Sabanos. So, and he would take it and probably juggle it back and forth between his hands, sort of flip it around and say, I like the weight of it. And sort of put it in his sheath, which it doesn't quite fit.
Yeah, it's curved a little differently. Like it's a little more sharply curved than the previous one. So it kind of like pokes a hole in the bottom of the sheath.
Yeah. It's like just poke, and I don't care. Just like,
like
I
a leather
push
sheath,
it a few
just
times. Yeah. I push it a few times until it like pops through.
Tim, roll me percentile.
Sure. $74.
Okay. I gave a 25% chance that it could possibly be a magical blade. So if you had rolled a 75, or technically a 76 or higher, it would have it would have been. But no, it is an ordinary, mundane sword.
Nice.
So
That's Savanos' luck.
Okay.
So looking over this pool, I mean, it's just a pool. Like there's nothing in the middle of it. There's just offerings all.
So at the middle, you can see where the pitch seems to kind of be like, bubbling's not quite the right word, but almost like where, like if you ever held like a water hose like under the surface of like a pool, where it kind of does that fountain, like a small little mound. That's kind of happening in the very, very center of this pond.
Okay, so almost like that's where the pitch is bubbling up from.
Yeah, that's what it seems like.
Okay. But that's it as far as there doesn't seem to be any place to like descend further.
No, this seems like it's it.
This doesn't feel right. This does not feel like the hot spring.
This pitch, is this what we're here for? Can we just take this?
No. We're looking for the heart of this Colossiah, the wellstone. Perhaps these creatures have already taken it. It could be in that village, or maybe their chieftain has it.
With our luck, you'll probably have to dive to the bottom of this pool of pitch to find it. He kind of looks down, like thinking, like, did I just nail it on the head? And like he kind of thinks for a moment, like, am I a genius?
Anyone
He kind
who,
of looks to everyone else just to see what he.
if you would like,
You saw what just touching it. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, anybody who would like, whenever you go on to describe this, Jeff, while he's doing that, anybody that would like to can roll either a survival or a religion check.
In the meantime, Darian will just say, you saw what just touching this stuff on those creatures was like. You think you could really swim through that?
And in that moment, Sabanos might realize Bastarad actually isn't that smart. He has a little bit of wisdom sometimes, but he's really not that smart. And he'll kind of, no, I suppose not.
And I think sidling up to Darian quietly enough, he's not like stupid, but he basically would say, he wasn't joking.
Okay, so I've got a 12 from Darian for survival. Anybody else rolling?
I am seeing what the... Oh, not bad at all. And Jeremy, while you let us know and kind of figure out how, exactly what each of us sees, I would probably just look to Haroon and say, how big is the thing we're looking for? Is it the size of a building? Is it the size of a fist? I'm trying to get a sense of where such a thing would be hidden.
I mean, Jeremy, would I have an idea? Is it really just dependent on the Colossiah? What?
So yeah, it's a lot of times depends on the Colossiah, but it's typically within, the torso area. That's kind of why it's considered the heart. You guys would feel like you are likely in a part of this thing's torso. Again, its ribs were scattered a great distance, basically between
miles,
here and the bay. But you get the feeling that you're probably in the right spot. But
Right.
Sabanos, you're fairly certain that at some time, maybe as recent as just a month or two ago, that this entire cavernous space was actually filled with pitch.
Awesome. Yeah, and so I think what I would start to do is maybe see the patterns, almost like rings on a tub that had dirty water in it, or the way that it is sort of run, or basically evidence of what it was, the levels that it was, where it was, how it is, the thickness. And I divulge that to everyone, and I start to sort of, in game, Sabanos takes probably far too long, minutes, pointing out these ridiculous things of here, and you see, and this, and measuring things and running around, sort of like pointing as this information sort of floods through him. And then as I, pun fully intended, reach a fever pitch, turn, and I'm like sweating like a conductor, I imagine that I turn and everyone's just sort of looking at me blank-faced, like not disinterested, but certainly not nearly as excited as I was. So the headline would be this, and that may be the phrase that I finish it on. So this entire place was filled with pitch.
So
that'll be like the extent that Sevenos gets from Darian is just and a like nod. Darian's going to like look for like whatever the longest thing that he can find is. If there's like a piece of wood that was holding up a fetish or something like that, just some sort of large thing like that. And if he can find anything like that,
Yeah,
would he be able to?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's probably
he'll
a
basically
pole that's probably 20, 25 feet long.
Yeah, he'll kind of like test the strength of it to see if it'll like withstand. And he's basically going to try to like push this thing down into this pit of pitch and like see how far he can get it to go. If there's like something clogging it and that's why it's all drained out of this room, or if it's continuing to go down and he might feel that it starts to move down, or just trying to get a sense of any sort of movement or sensation that he can find with it.
So from what you can tell here at the shoreline, essentially, it's 3 or 4 feet deep. But you can feel as you kind of extend the pole out that it starts to drop in depth, and about as far out as you can reach with the pole without just losing the pole altogether. As far as you can tell, it's about 10 feet deep. You kind of get the sensation that while this cavern seemed to at one time be filled with pitch and was likely overflowing to the point that the pitch was literally flowing outward, and that's probably how the humans were able to collect it from the water, that this has been done intentionally, probably to keep it from continuing to flow away from this point. Somebody has turned the pressure down or whatever. They seem to have intentionally lowered the level of this pitch.
It's almost like a crude dam of sorts. They've dug it out so it doesn't flow. It's just pooling here now.
It seems that we may have to interact with these people after all, at least in some form. But not to mention, not only are we worrying about these people, but we're still chasing after the throes of sunset, right? So I looked towards Basterod. We may have to go where that drumming is. Perhaps they are there because the throes of sunset are there. And if they're there, then they may have the remains of Belorion and as well as the wellstone of the betrayer.
But is there some way that we can maybe, if they've affected this thing somehow, can we affect it? Can we drain it? Can we find whatever mechanism they've used to empty this chamber and empty it further? Go down and get whatever it is we need, this wellstone, and then leave. I'd much rather not talk to the finger eaters.
Do we even know if they can talk? Or at least to us? There were rumors about these things, right? From the port. Is there any chance that it would probably be Sebenos because he's been here most recently, but Darian spent a lot of time here too in the past? Would there have been any sorts of even stories of interacting with the Blackjaw, or is that very sort of myth level?
Yeah. So for the most part, nobody really goes beyond the Breathless Bog because it's a pretty dangerous place, and it tends to frighten most people off. And so the Blackjaws are kind of this, not a myth, but almost mythological. So there isn't a lot of interaction that has happened with them, if at all. Some people don't even know like what they are, like race or species wise or anything like that, what they look like. But there is actually an important part that I left out down here. You actually see one of these things. It is the skin of one of these things that is basically stretched, almost as if it was like being stretched dry. And it is placed next to the shoreline of this pit, and you can see that there are kind of not tattoo, but like paint that's been added to certain places on the skin of this creature, and it mimics some of the fetish symbols and the offering symbols that kind of ring this pool. This thing, Sabanos, I'm not sure if you have necessarily seen one of these or not, but I know the rest of the party has. Yes, you would have to, Haroon. This looks like a gremlin, similar to Bilge, although obviously much less sophisticated, and much older looking. Like its hair is white, but it has no longer the shape because the bones have all been removed, but you can see the mouth, though it is missing many of them, is lined with teeth, and is very wide for such a small creature.
Now, I wouldn't know specifically what you had just mentioned in terms of that name or those, whatever, but would I be able to place, especially having investigated and studied the bones so closely, would I be able to detect that the mouth is roughly the same shape and size as the creature that made the teeth marks in the bone?
Yes, positively.
Okay. So then I would absolutely, with confidence, share that information. And so I would go forward as to saying that, while I can't prove the myth of any of the other creatures or the myths around here, what I do know is fact. And I, basically talk about how I will deal in fact, and this creature caused those bite marks. It goes no further than that. Like, I won't even talk about Bigfoot and Yetis and all that. And I'm just talking about this situation right now.
Just so I can't 100% tell if what you just said was supposed to be like what your character says or just what you're saying. Like I could.
Sorry. Yeah. No, I
Like,
share that as Sabanos, but I just didn't role play it in terms of like, yeah.
No,
So
no. I'm wondering if he's like, and I'm not even going to go into Bigfoot or the Yeti or any of that. I'm going to talk about what's happening right now. And that's this, which is the fact I know. Because like I could totally hear that as.
Don't even get me started on the Bigfoot or the Yeti of the northern lands. Yeah, like, and I actually do say that in some sort of like frustrated tone, but Jeremy, it would be like insert mythological creature of momentum here. Like, it would just be like whatever those would be. Like the running gag in Buffy the whole time was like, I think that leprechauns aren't real. Like there was all this crazy, ridiculous stuff, but there was one monster that was silly. I like mentioned something like that.
So is there anything in here that would indicate that we, as you said, can control the pressure?
You can roll me Arcana checks. Anybody who would like to do so.
All right. Does my Artificer's lore come into play?
How does that read?
It says whenever I make an intelligence history check related to magic items, alchemical objects, or technological devices, I can double my proficiency.
Yes, I would say so.
Okay. Perfect. Right. History. That's a 19 for me.
So, you are fairly certain that the fetish of this older gremlin's skin having the same markings on it as some of the fetishes and offerings that line this pool, you get the sensation that this might be being used to kind of suppress, somehow magically suppress, the flow of this pitch, the pressure at which it's like bubbling up out of here. You also are fairly certain that if in fact this is the heart spring, that it's very, very possible that wellstone could be below the surface of this pitch.
So if I take this fetish and like move with it towards this pool, does the pool react to it? Like, what would I have to do in order to strengthen it or use this in order to get towards the center?
So if you pick up this fetish and start kind of moving forward, it takes some time, but you notice that the bubbling does diminish, and over the course of maybe a minute or more, the shoreline shrinks.
It seems that we can use this to reduce the pitch and perhaps get to the wellstone. But this will take some time, and those creatures may be back before then.
So are you going to continue to do this? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. I'm not much good with magic, but if you want, I do have good eyes and I'm quiet. I can keep watch. If I see them coming, we at least can have a head start.
Yeah, I will continue to do what I can to reduce the pitch. So I'll be focused on that.
Darren will try to find basically a good hiding spot where he can get a good vantage point out of whatever entrance into this place would have the best field of view, especially coming from the angle where these things would be in the direction of drumming wise. Just try to basically keep watch as Haroon continues to lower the level of the pitch with this magical charm.
And if there's any way that I can assist with, and whether that's as simple mechanically as just literally suggesting some sort of help action, or if it's as narrative as my eye for detail and my ability to, I'm not really arcane, but I also understand, I think, physics and things of that nature, some science, things like that. I also have an item that I have not used, probably because I was hiding it for quite some time. But Jeremy, if you recall, I have a very specific piece of equipment, which I think I will don in this case. Essentially, it would be the momentum equivalent of a very complex lensed goggles. These very, strange, maybe it's even like a helm or something like that. And so what these are mechanically is they're called Inquisitive's goggles. And so they're goggles carved from these mythical shards, and essentially what I am able to do is when I examine an object, I can make a wisdom perception check to identify the aura of the last living creature to touch the object. And so the DC is 13 plus the number of days since the last contact occurred. So if I do succeed on that, I basically learn the species of the creature, and I can immediately use, it gets into combat-y kind of stuff there, but essentially, if you'll allow me, I'm going to make a wisdom perception check. And the DC again is 13 plus the number of days since the last contact occurred. But if you'll allow all that, I would turn to the group to ask them what I should use it on to look at. Because I think that I know, but I think that I also would want to sort of start to gauge the room. I'm starting to learn the value of some of my companions. So is any of that give you pause or a red light at all?
No, not at all. I just need to know where you're pointing.
Kill. Yeah. So here's what I'll do. I will probably look back to Darian, and it's the effect, the classic sort of like huge eyes through like these magnifying glasses. They sort of look through you. They're like these little squares. So it probably looks ridiculous, but I'm so serious. I explain, these are very special goggles. They allow me to see who has touched a thing, but specifically what is most important, it is fainter and fainter with passing time. The more recent a thing has been touched, the more I can tell about the aura of a creature, the kind of creature. What should I use it on?
I don't have a mind for magic in the way that Haroon and perhaps Bastarad do. If it has anything to do with this spell that seems to be on this thing, I assume they would probably know better than me. My instinct would be, like gesture towards the marked skin, but then I'll just kind of shrug, like I don't actually know.
You know as well as I do, but that's what I would say too. Kind of nod at the skin as well.
Yeah, seems to be the most important object in here. So
cool. And Jeremy, the way that I was going to treat these, just because I want them to feel sort of wondrous and not just like insta always on kind of stuff. I was basically going to just give them a recharge. There's no recharge as written, but I was going to give them a recharge of like short or long rest, basically. Yeah, because I just don't want it to seem like I'm wearing like super goggles all the time. It's just less fun and thematic. So anyway, I will take the advice of my comrades, and I will look at that stretched, what you called a goblin skin. And if hopefully someone has touched it sooner rather than later, because the DC is 13 plus the number of days since it was last contacted. And so.
Okay. Yeah. So go ahead and roll that up. Let's see what we get here.
Okay. So good so far. 13 on the die, which is looking pretty good. That's a nice number. And then because it's a wisdom insight check. Okay. So. Okay. So that's a 22 all up.
Fantastic. So, yes, you can see that this fetish has been handled within the day. That it looks like it hasn't been touched by very many. You see pretty much just kind of one set of, I don't know if it actually shows you like fingerprints or handprints or something along those lines.
It's pretty thematic. It says like I can see like the creature's, the aura. So like whatever that would mean, you know what I mean? I don't know if it doesn't specify whether it's good or bad or whatever. So I would leave that up to you totally. And then it basically says, the number of days. I learned the species of the creature is really kind of the main thing too. So like the aura and the species. So whatever that means to you.
Sure. So yeah, I imagine it's probably almost like handprints of some kind being left behind. Almost like it was, ultraviolet the whole time. And,
Sure, that's cool.
Looking at
Yeah.
it through this lens is now revealed that to you. And the species of the creature that you see the prints from is certainly gremlin. And you get the feeling, as far as the aura goes, that there is an aura of powerful magic and a depravity.
Wow.
I guess.
Okay. Yep.
And power, just raw power, leadership power.
Excellent. And so I would convey that information, and the way that I almost see the goggles working as I almost imagine that it grays out everything else. And so when I look through them, it grays out everything else except for those kind of, like you say, that like sort of like vibrant fingerprinty looking, like whatever that thing is. And I imagine that the aura itself and all those things I can kind of tell by the color and the shape and some of the energies and weird readouts. So I would explain that in great detail to everyone that you just said to me.
Okay. So Darian heads upstairs, back up this kind of spiraled ramp, kind of hiding behind maybe one of the molars of this skull, this kind of boulder of a molar, to be able to kind of keep a lookout. And you have managed to kind of examine this through your lenses, Sabanos, while Haroon has continually kind of moved this thing closer and closer to the center. I would say probably close to an hour has probably passed. And about that time, you've moved this fetish forward, Haroon, and then you're kind of waiting for the pitch to kind of recede in response. And as it does so, you can see something emerge from the top layer of the pitch in the center. You're only probably 10 feet away or so from this object. It looks like a skeleton, almost like a desiccated body. Your best guess, judging by the length of it, is maybe a dwarf, but it's kind of hard to tell. There's still a lot of the pitch that's kind of clinging to it, and it has just barely kind of broken the surface of this pool.
Yeah, so I'd let them know. Getting closer now. You can almost make out some sort of humanoid skeletal shape.
Jeremy, would I be able to deduce if the bones, I know they're covered in pitch, but do they have the same rough shape and size as the bones that we've seen so far? Or when you say humanoid, are they larger, smaller? Could I deduce anything like that?
So throughout the decorations and fetishes and bones and things that you've seen, you've probably seen dwarf skulls and dwarven bones and things mixed in, but it was mainly humans, maybe a few elves, but the dwarves and bonekin would have been pretty rare amongst them. But these are, as the pitch continues to kind of recede a little, you can see that this isn't just merely bones. It's not purely skeletal. It still has skin kind of stretched between its bony protrusions. And you can see as, again, the pitch kind of continues to recede that this dwarf still has like hair and a beard, and both are like stark white.
Oh, wow. Okay. Awesome.
Continuing on, you see more of this figure emerge. You can see that this dwarf is missing the flesh of its nose, and the rest of its flesh has sunken down to its bones, withered and almost mummified. Ingvaraad is right beside you, Haroon, this entire time, transfixed on what is appearing. And she's just kind of staring in disbelief and awe at what is being revealed. And it's about the time that she's about to say something when this thing turns its head in your direction, ever so slightly.
Oh, I thought it was going to say something. So it just turns its head. Can you? I'm looking at it. Are you able to speak?
It doesn't reply at all. It doesn't even show any sign of response. And even like when this thing moved, I mean, it was an inch, maybe.
Hmm.
I'll pick up. Is there like some sort of stone or loose piece of rock or pebble or anything like, even just like a piece, one of the offerings or whatever that was around, something
Absolutely.
small. I'm just gonna pick it up and kind of toss it at the thing, try to kind of hit it, just see if it moves at all.
Yeah, and it kind of makes this, it's like a small clay vessel or something that you've kind of tossed, and this clay vessel like hits the forehead of this dwarf and just kind of shatters, and you can hear that kind of like noise that it makes against the bone of his head. It echoes in this cavernous place, and there's no response to this thing at all.
Yeah. I'll just continue to move forward with the shroud and
Okay.
see what's under there.
You continue to move forward with the skin of this gremlin and uncover more of this dwarf. And as you do so, you realize that this pitch is flowing out of the body of this dwarf. That you can see what looks like a Y incision, essentially, down the chest and sternum and stomach of this desiccated dwarven corpse. And it looks as though that had been done some time ago. One of you, if you would please, I'd like a volunteer. Anybody?
Okay, I'll volunteer.
Austin, excellent. Would you please tell me what it is, other than what we've already seen? How is it that Ingvaraad recognizes something specific about this dwarf? Not about their identity, but about a role that they play in dwarven society. And I'll tell you what that role is after you give me the what it is that tips her off.
It's the braiding of the beard. Many different pieces of dwarven society have different ways of braiding the beard, but this one is particularly distinctive. Like, sometimes you might see like a miner who also has like a craftsman or like a worker's beard braid because they're kind of interchangeable. But this one is specific. This one is like, no, one person, one role has this and only that one.
And Cothrod begins kind of explaining this specific detail of the beard braiding of this dwarf, and she's explaining this probably specifically to Haroon because you're right there beside her, and she says, "This is a minced kona. These volunteers for delving into the Down Under, they are a sacrifice. They go with a group as they delve into the Down Under, and they are a beacon. They draw the lesser fiends to them and absorb them, so that the other dwarves are less likely to become possessed. Why is this here?"
Perhaps this dwarf absorbed something far greater.
It's like he's full, like he's been fully possessed, like he's become scorched already, but why would someone bring him here? And why would they have... It looks as though they have cut him open.
Perhaps whatever he absorbed, whether it was these creatures or somebody else, something else, perhaps cutting him open in this way has allowed that entity to slowly bleed out in this, resulting in this pitch, this darkness.
The pitch, it seems to be oozing from him.
Bastarad has a quick moment of flashing back to just punching that pitch monster on the thing on the boat, the raft, and all the splatters just getting everywhere, and then just thinking about where it may have come from with this oozing dead dwarf's wide incision.
You definitely got some of it in your mouth earlier, and now you're probably regretting that.
Yeah, he just starts kind of like trying to like kind of quietly looking at this, was like, oh, like kind of trying to get it out of just that taste. It's just there now.
Do I feel like, and I'm totally like going Indiana Jones here, do I feel like I need to put my hand inside of this dwarf? Is that where I feel like this wellstone would be? Okay.
You're kind of getting that impression.
Makes sense. All right. So at this point, the shroud has, this dwarf is uncovered outside of his chest, which is oozing, right? Okay. So yeah, I will hand Ingvaraad the shroud and tell her to, hold it steady. Don't move. If she moves back, I could get engulfed by this stuff if it comes pouring back out. So very important she stay where she is. And then I will approach, and fortunately I don't have any bags of sand to off shift the weight here, Jeremy. So I'm just gonna go for it. And I just begin to reach into this ooze as I reach inside and try to feel for something in the center mass of this dwarf.
And under the pressure of your delving hand, the stitches essentially that were used to sew this dwarf back up snap under their age and the weight of your hand, and easily permit your mitt kind of into the torso of this dwarven corpse. This dwarven corpse doesn't have much on the inside of it. You can easily feel the spine at the bottom of the cavity that you've just reached into, as well as the ribs that kind of form the housing of what's left. The rest inside is just a dissolved, desiccated mess, except for a kind of crystalline stone-like object, almost a calcification, if you will, that your hand kind of closes around a portion of. And it's almost like if you've ever tried to grab a hold of like a leaking pipe. Like you have a hold of this thing, but it's just oozing water at an alarming rate.
What I'd like to do is like pull this out and then have Ingvaraad use that shroud to encase it, to suppress it as much as possible.
Okay. For those of you who are down in the wellspring or the heart spring where this is happening, please, if you would, roll religion or arcana, your choice. Okay. All right, so Haroon, you and Katya both, probably being so near to this, or Ingvaraad, sorry, realize as you pull this thing free, and your hand just comes out with this pitch that kind of sloughs off of it. You pull this wellstone up, and you realize that what is flowing from this wellstone is pure, clean water. It seems as though having it inside of the corpse of this dwarf, this particular minced Kona, has allowed the water to turn to pitch as it has flowed from this point. Ingvaraad looks at what you've done in pulling this free, and she says, "But if we take this, the pitch will stop flowing, yes?"
Yes, I believe so.
I think so, yes. But he'll look down at this desiccated corpse of this clearly corrupted and violated dwarf, and he'll sigh with his, like, his voice will get very heavy, and he'll say, and he'll look specifically at Ingvaraad and say, "You know that this is wrong, and she wouldn't like it."
I don't know what to do. If we put this dwarf to rest and we stop this, then the humans, and she kind of looks to Darian, they rely on the pitch for sealing their ships, for everything. I cannot make this decision.
I think Sabanos, as that is shared, that deep sort of like important thing, Sabanos is leaning down in front of the dwarf, snapping his fingers. "Can you hear me? Can you?" And then I if I slap the face of the dwarf, does it respond in any way? Not like like hard, but just
No.
Savanos. Haroon's hand was just inside that thing. He's not going to say anything.
and then yeah, and you know what? I actually go. I like.
Just like look at.
Oh, you paused for a second there.
Yeah, you froze. But yeah, I mean this this thing is catatonic would be
I was
probably
done.
a good way to describe it. I mean like
Perfect. Yep.
It's not necessarily dead, but it's nowhere near alive either.
And that's exactly the phrase that I would use. As I'd basically and I'd maybe like, pull out some of the black stuff from inside of it, just kind of like hold it up, like scientifically, but like mad scientifically, like, see, look, there's no question of morality here. This creature is far beyond living. It's the way of things, the bioorganic circle in which we live in this big world of momentum. It's not a question of morality, truly. To save one catatonic creature who doesn't know it versus saving a colony and their people and our ship and our coin. I mean,
It's a much more important question too. Of practicality. If our ship doesn't sail, we don't stop the throes of sunset and the world dies. We need the pitch.
Yes. He'll kind of look around at you all, nod. You've all made excellent arguments. I have nothing to say. We need what we need. Let's take these things. Let's take them back to them. Bring the shroud as well, I assume. We can maybe they can try to limit the pitch so it doesn't overwhelm them. I don't know. I don't care what they do with it. If they can produce it, they can fix our ship up and we can get to hell.
So the plan is then to take the Wellstone as well as the Dwarven Corpse, the Mysticona, and also the skin of the gremlin to drape over the Wellstone. Is that correct?
Seems
Yeah,
that
it's
way.
basically take the pieces apart so that way we can take them all back, put them together to get the pitch flowing at the human colony, get the pitch we need, and then go from there.
Okay. So, Haroon, you have pulled the Wellstone already out of the corpse. Who is carrying this Dwarven corpse? And how?
I guess I will, since I'm the big one.
All right. Ingvaraad is cutting this gremlin skin free from the frame that it was kind of stretched upon. And as she does so, she brings it to you, Haroon, and you are able to wrap the Wellstone up. It is while this is happening, Darian, you hear the drumming stop. And that is where we're going to stop for tonight. All right. Thank you guys so very, very much for giving this your all as always. You guys are fantastic players. I love what you guys do with this game, how much you're willing to roll with, and take it and elevate it to the places that I couldn't have even imagined. So thank you so much for being fantastic players. For anybody who has tuned in this evening, thank you also for tuning in, whether you're watching with us live or in the future. It is very, very appreciated. If you like what you saw, please hit the like button, subscribe, tell your friends, all of that business. I think we are very, very close to 350 subs. I would love to be able to hit that sometime soon. The end of this month will be my 200th video posted to the channel, so I'm very excited to kind of hit that milestone. If you like what you saw tonight, go check out other stuff on the channel. There's a lot of other live plays, as well as videos of me talking about RPGs with various people, several of these people, as a matter of fact. And yeah, I'm going to pass things over to my players so that they can say their goodbyes, their outros, tell you to wash your hands, etc., and then we'll call it an evening. So first up, we have Jeff.
Yeah, I'm Jeff. You can find more of me at Tabletop Terrors alongside of Tim, who we'll hear from in a little bit. But yeah, as always, super fun session. This setting, this group, everything about it's great. So it's always a pleasure to have this to be a part of at the beginning of each month. So yeah, I'm sure we'll be fine. I'm sure the descending horrors of this place will not be anything to trifle with. So yeah, we'll see what happens next time. But yeah, super fun session as always, and can't wait for the next one.
I mean, each one of you has at least 10 fingers, so you can spare a few of them, I'm sure. It won't be any problem at all. No.
I can certainly spare all of Sabinos's, like Sabinos. I can spare all 10 of his. No problem.
You're not bothered by that in the least. Yeah, absolutely. I just love what you guys have done with this setting so far. You guys bring this to life each and every time. So, all right, next up, let's go with Alan.
Yeah, as everyone will say, really enjoyed this session, Jeremy. Enjoy. The worst part is just waiting the month to get back to the setting. But great session in the sense that I love the moral dilemma. It's not a black and white choice, right? It's not the simple quest of go fetch this and defeat said monster, get said item, you win the day. At the end of the day, we have a choice here. Do we do the right thing, or do we do the thing that we need in order to do something else, right? So it's never just a black and white choice. So I think that's always something great to have. It's something that I think really makes the game feel more alive than just simple the standard role play quest mechanics. Outside of that, I had a really great time and look forward to the next session.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that, Alan. Especially with this world, because it's kind of in its dying, days. It's kind of waning. I really wanted it to come across that the only people that are left are those who are survivors. They're the people who are willing to go further than anybody else. And I think that brings up really difficult choices a lot of the time, because things aren't black and white in your own moral compass, usually. There's a lot more range of acceptability, and I really like playing that in this setting particularly. So I'm happy that that's coming across. All right. Next up, we have Austin.
Thank you, as always. Had a blast. It's always so much fun playing with all of you guys. I don't really have a whole lot to say. I just want to plug Black and White Moral Choices. They're great.
You contrarian, you. Yeah, it's always a lot of fun. I thoroughly enjoy these characters very, very much, and again, the relationships that you guys have gone to great lengths to establish with one another, and are rapidly establishing now with our new character as well. It's a lot of fun to watch all of you navigate around one another through these difficult choices, and how much you guys are comfortable with being at odds with each other. I think is one of the greatest takeaways from this particular group's chemistry. So thank you. All right, last but certainly not least, we have Tim.
Yeah, so I am Tim. As Jeff mentioned, I'm also with Tabletop Terrors. So check out that link. We've been putting up 2 videos a week since December, so you have plenty to catch up on. And We're pretty proud of the Learn to Play D&D series Reborn, which is just helps a lot of people learn to play what we're doing right here, kind of demystifies the whole thing. I also absolutely love Jeremy, what you hit on, which is the shape of the group in terms of the role that everyone plays and how it plays so well as a foil. Like the conflict is just, I think potent enough to create good story, but it's not really so potent that it's just this group that can't decide anything. And we're always at so much of an odds that it's just a circle. So it feels like, I don't know. I just love playing in groups where the party doesn't agree, but it is this loving. It almost reminds me of like growing up with my three brothers, So I really love that. Jake, you were sorely missed tonight, but you're doing an awesome thing. And so the final thing that I was going to just remind everybody is that, as Jeff said, Sabanos is 100% the fantasy equivalent of a Bigfoot truther. And that made me laugh so hard that I had to cover my mouth. So he said that in the chat. Check out the Absolute Tabletop Facebook group where you will find a lot more 100% fantasy equivalent of Bigfoot truthers. No, kidding. But you will find a lot of humor and fun, and we'd love to meet you.
Again, I will second those sentiments. Do go check out Jake's Twitch channel, Mini Terrain Domain, all week long. We are doing charity, and if you want, you can tune in tomorrow evening at 7 p.m. Central, 8 p.m. Eastern, for our usual Dawnbringers. But there will be a little bit of a twist. It actually is going to be taking place in a setting that I created called Caldera, which is a fantasy western. And Jake is going to be running a short adventure that he wrote that's all about beard oil, oddly enough. So it'll be great because I'm playing a dwarf. So wonderful. Yeah, I love this game. I love this group. I love this community. They're doing a great thing over on Jake's channel. Like I said, AbTab is a phenomenal group where games like this get put together on the regular. I was able to put this game together because I had a wide selection of fantastic gamers to dip into. And yeah, I highly recommend going and checking it out. As well, anybody who mentioned a channel, please go to their channel, give them some love, drop a like, a sub. Yeah, I can't think of anything else to say. So until next time, your dice roll high and your snacks always be within reach.